All right, thank you, John. Welcome, everybody. We're going to call this meeting of the Washington County School District Board Policy Committee to order. And we're going to start with our roll call, Clerk Minetto.
Yes, ma'am. President Taylor,
I'm here.
Vice President Cadell.
Here.
Clerk Minetto is here. Trustee Calvert.
Here.
Trustee Church. Trustee Nicolette.
Looks like we lost her. She was on and off, and we'll just make note when she comes back on. There she is.
Trustee Nicolette.
Here.
Trustee Thigpen.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And thank you all for being here, and welcome to our YouTube audience. We're going to get into public comment. Do we have any public comment as we start this meeting, JJ?
It's Jeannie today, and
Oh, hi, Jeannie.
There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you, Jeannie.
Mhm.
I should have known that because you popped on the screen. I should have known that, Jeannie. All right, well then that being said, thank you, Jeannie. We're going to go to agenda item 1.04. That is an action to adopt the agenda. I'm looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of my colleagues.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Diane.
All right, thank you very much. Motion by Vice President Cottle, seconded by Dr. Nicolette. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
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 All right, thank you for turning your mics on to say I appreciate it. And then any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record know it is unanimous. And we'll go on to right into our agenda item 2.01. It's approval of the minutes from the November 17th meeting of the board. If there are any corrections anybody has, please let me know. Otherwise, I am looking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. And I see a second by Vice President Cottle. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
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 Opposition? Oh, got that. Sorry, then. Opposition? All right, motion's carried. Fantastic. Okay, on to agenda item 2.02. This is discussion and possible action to recommend revisions or any kind of changes or forwarding of proposal of Board Policy 3051. These are our financial policies as we begin our new policy review schedule. And so we're going to turn this over to our CFO, Mr. Mather.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor and trustees. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on actually the next three policies you'll be looking at. These were very significant, important policies the Board of Trustees adopted back in 2018. In some cases, 2.02 through 2.04 were either a new policy or a heavily edited policy. And just as context for those who didn't go through that, I know Dr. Taylor was here. This came on the heels of the school district having some very significant deficits and having a structurally imbalanced budget. And so the board at the time really made, I think, an important decision to pursue policies and to be committed to writing the financial ship, if you will, and included in the budget policy establishing a mandate or a commitment to achieve a balanced budget within 3 years. And we actually did it a year sooner, in 2 years. But these were really critical decisions and commitments that board made. Those commitments were relayed to the rating agencies, who kind of stood back and watched us to see if we would actually follow through on all those policies, and we did. And so, as we've talked before, it resulted in an upgrade in our rating from Moody's, and now we are AA rated by all three major rating agencies. But it was these were tough times. These were very serious, challenging times, and these three policies in front of you now really guided the finance team and the whole district team effort to get to a better place financially, which I'm happy to say we did. So that's briefly the background to not just the fund balance policy we'll go through first, but the other two policies as well. So with that preamble out of the way, this policy on fund balance. Hold
on, Mark. I just realized that I was forwarded the wrong policy, so I'm. Let me get the correct one up there. I apologize for that. We're still working on. We haven't done this with other departments yet, so it's my fault. I apologize. Let me. Anybody who knows technical is not my strong suit. Why can't I find this? JJ, can you get the policy up from the from board docs by chance? For some reason, I'm having a hard time here.
I can share my screen. I have it up.
Yeah, would that be okay?
Sure, I don't mind. I can. This is policy 3051, right?
Yeah. Thank
All right,
you.
I'll share it. I'll share it.
Thanks, President Taylor.
Oh, no problem. Make sure I pick the right one. That one. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you make it any bigger?
Yeah.
I'm trying. All right. I can't see it as you guys tell me when. Is that big enough?
Oh, go down one more. Go down maybe a little.
Too big?
A little too big.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me see if I can. Yeah, that won't go anymore. Okay, let me go down one. How's that?
Good for me.
Good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So a fund balance policy or reserves policy is really important for a public agency to have. It is important to have an adequate fund balance for a number of reasons. Certainly one of them is to provide adequate cash to be able to make payroll and other disbursements without going into an overdraft situation or, requiring a line of credit from your bank or what have you. So that's, the first reason why having a sufficient fund balance, which equates to sufficient cash, is important. From a longer term perspective, it's important to weather difficult times, whether that means a reduction in revenue, for instance, in the current fiscal year due to falling enrollment, or going forward because we won't have a per pupil basic support guarantee anymore if we see revenues fall from where we budgeted. It is like your savings account. When times are tough, you can't just rely on your checking account. You need to go access a savings account of some kind to ride out those difficult times while you rebalance your budget and kind of, right size things going forward. And as I mentioned, the rating agencies also critically look at the level of reserves or fund balance an agency has. They want to see growth in fund balance, and their scoring methodology looks at that, and also just looks at the magnitude of cash in the bank as well. So we are big issuers of debt, as you know. Actually tabulated for Pete this morning how much debt we've sold since the passage of WC1, and it's $750 million in less than 4 fiscal years. And so the interest costs on that debt is vitally important, and that's largely a reflection of our credit rating. So for all these reasons, one's fund balance is important. In the policy, just going through it real quickly, we don't have actually that many changes from 2018. There are some changes largely due to the fact that now we have met the fund balance target that we set. And so we don't have to talk about how we get there. We're there. But we have some definitions in fund balance. The most critical, which is we focus on our unrestricted fund balance. And I know this is technical accounting jargon, but basically an unrestricted fund balance is the spendable portion of fund balance. So, we do value our assets and we can't spend that. So we don't include that. That's non-spendable. And then we would make restrictions based on external covenants or constitutional provisions or legislation that restrict monies to any group. We don't have any restrictions currently out of our fund balance, but basically we wouldn't be able to include any portion of our fund balance that's legally constrained and restricted to go to someone else. So when we talk about fund balance here and an 8 to 10% fund balance, as you'll see, that really is the unrestricted part of our fund balance. So then moving on to the next page, unless there are questions. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. There are some formatting changes here, given the new format of our board policy. So you can see the deletion of governing principles, but as this note from Neil indicates, these are covered elsewhere within the policy, so they were always somewhat redundant. And so again, out of formatting considerations, those have been deleted from the new version of this fund balance policy. And we talked about them just briefly before. Yep, next page. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Doing a fine job. We talk about the fact that, I'm sorry, maybe on the prior page, we talked about an 8 to 10% fund balance target for the district. Trying to find, there it is. So a minimum balance, a minimum unrestricted balance of 8 to 10% of expenditures and transfers to other funds. That represents 1 month of our expenses. So it's not as high as we would like, but given the times we're in, we chose not to increase the target just yet. We have a new funding formula that takes effect at least partially on July 1. There are many things going on, as you know. So we've chosen to keep our fund balance target at 8 to 10% for now. We talk here on this page about if we fall below that fund balance target, what we do. That's in the section replenishment of fund balance. And so this requires the superintendent and the CFO to come to the board to develop a plan if we fall below 8% of how we get back within that fund target or fund balance target range. And then I think it's the only addition we have to the policy. We talk about if our unrestricted balance exceeds the target balance, what would happen? And so if we had a number of years in a row, for instance, where we had surpluses because of savings in either personnel costs or non-personnel costs, or revenues were higher than what we budgeted, and we started to see that fund balance go above 10%, and I mean unrestricted fund balance go above 10%, then again, the superintendent and the CFO would have to come forward to the board and either recommend revising the target balance upward, which would be a nice thing to do, I suppose, or if we foresee costs down the road such that we'll go return back to the 8 to 10% range, we would note that. Or we could use one-time, if there are one-time needs, we could choose to use that surplus fund balance for any one-time uses the board considers important. On this page, again, no changes, but we talk about the general fund contingency account that we maintain. State law provides that we establish a contingency account with a minimum of 0.25% or 1/4 of 1% of total appropriations, but not to exceed 3%. We tend to be a little low, frankly, in our general fund contingency account in where we budget, just due to kind of where we've been. It would be prudent to increase our general fund contingency account if it's financially feasible to do so, given all of the uncertainties related to COVID, new funding formula, and so forth. But basically, we're quoting state law there. And then for other funds, we thought it was important, besides focusing on the general fund, we want to talk about other funds that we maintain. And aside from grant funds that are basically zero balance funds, we've stated a preference to have at least an 8% fund balance for special revenue funds. Debt service funds, on the very bottom, state law requires that we set aside at least 25% of annual debt service. We're above that, we're close to 50%, but we quoted the law there. And then on the next page, we talk about our capital project funds that, there the intent obviously is to spend on capital projects. So we don't have a minimum fund balance, but for our enterprise fund and our internal service funds, the accounting of those funds is different, but in section 9C, we actually are recommending a change. It's about the middle of the page. The prior policy required a cash position, that's right, of 16%. We'd prefer a range of 8 to 16%, just based on, kind of where we are within that fund and the fund's needs. So that is a change to go with a range of 8 to 16%, which again equates to 1 to 2 months of expenses. In section 10, we outline what happens when the cash position falls below 0, and we would come to a resolution of how to restore that fund to have a positive cash position within 60 days. And we put 60 days there because we may need to, again, evaluate what's going on and then come back to the board, potentially with a formal interfund loan. So given the open meeting law requirements for getting something on the agenda, we give ourselves 15 extra days to do that. And that really summarizes the changes here in this fund balance policy. Again, a lot of formatting changes, not too terribly significant of substantive changes, but happy to talk about this policy with you, since I know most of you weren't here at the time we originally wrote this. And if you have any questions, Jeff Bozzo and I are happy to answer them.
Do we just? speak?
Okay, I see. Yeah, no, just if you can raise your hand up on this one.
Okay.
Trustee Manillo, that would be great. I'm going to start with Vice President Cottle and then Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mark. I just wanted to go back to the general fund contingency. You had said it may be in our best interest to raise that amount a little bit because we are low. So our policy currently says 0.25%. What would you recommend if we were to look at raising that up a little bit?
Yeah, so again, our general fund budget is roughly 500 million. So 1% would be 5 million. I think we'll get into this in our tentative budget discussion. I could see a situation where we'd want to budget at least 1% or 5 million, given the volatility of our local revenues and the fact, again, we don't have a guarantee anymore for our per pupil funding. And so as we've kind of looked at sales tax and looked at the stimulus package going forward, I'm probably getting more comfortable in being a little bit more aggressive in my revenue forecast. But then that means we need some buffer, right? If that doesn't work and revenues don't materialize like we have projected. So I think that'd be a good start to where we might want to be, but that's a significant increase from how we currently budget. So, we may have to phase that up over time.
So I'm more than willing to put that forward. I just want to make sure that Mark, you and your team are comfortable with it. So if we say a minimum of 1%, you would recommend it would be a phased approach to get to that 1%. So not necessarily 1% immediately when this policy makes it through our process. Just to make sure I heard you right.
That's right.
Okay. Madam President, I'm willing to offer that amendment to the policy if you would like me to do that now.
Just thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I was going to say that same thing, just as we did in the past for at our previous policy meeting last month, a couple of weeks ago. Any recommended changes, we do want to make motions on those as we go, so that we make sure that we hear the voices of our colleagues as we move forward. So, Vice President Caldwell, certainly go ahead, please.
Okay. So this would be under 5A. I'm going to start my amendment with the second sentence. This amount will be a minimum of 1% of total appropriations, including transfers out, and shall not exceed 3% of the total appropriations, excluding transfers out in the general fund, with the increase from 0.25% to 1% minimum be phased in over the next 2 bienniums. Is that, Mark, is that too long, 2 bienniums?
No, I think that's perfect. Because again, I think, our hope is to come to you with a 2 biennial long-range plan. So that syncs up nicely.
I just want to make sure everybody has that.
Excuse me, President Taylor, if you want to let,
Yes, sir.
I have figured out my mistake, and I can put this up here in Word, and we can type it in right now if you would like.
Okay, yeah, it's always great to do that once we know how the conversation is going. I don't want to make changes until we know where we're going, if that makes sense. Okay. All right, let me
so
stop
if you
my
will
share.
Okay, and I'll share screen. Do you all see it?
Yeah, and also just as you go there and take us to the appropriate page, I just want, for my evaluation, I want it to be shown that I have the skills to screen share on a moment's notice. I just want that to be reflected.
The records will reflect.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Cotto, what would you like right there?
Okay, so in the second sentence, 0.25% will be changed to 1%.
Like that?
Yeah, and then at the end, it's going to say the minimum, let's see, the minimum.
May I help? May I help? Maybe just from what you're saying, from 1.5% to 3% of the total appropriations that to be phased in over the next. That way, it may just flow from there. Does that work over the next 2 bienniums?
I just want to make sure it's clear what we're phasing in. We're phasing in the increase in the minimum.
Okay, go ahead. Then maybe that wasn't helpful. Please go ahead.
So the minimum appropriations will be phased in. Right there, good. You're good. Neil, the last sentence, you're going to add a sentence at the end.
Okay, go ahead.
The minimum appropriations will be phased in over the next 2 bienniums, and we probably have to actually define the next 2 bienniums. So what would that? So that would be through
Fiscal year 25.
Fiscal year 25. Okay. And then I guess at that time the board can just take this sentence out.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor as we're seeing the drafting, because it seemed as though it was getting some legs. So the motion is that the amount be a minimum of 1% of total appropriations, including transfers out, and shall not exceed 3% of the total appropriations, excluding transfers out in the general fund. The minimum appropriations will be phased in over the next 2 bienniums, fiscal year 2025. So there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second, Trustee Church.
Okay, we have a second. I heard Trustee Thigpen first, so we'll take that one. Any discussion? Any other discussion that we haven't gone as we've? Okay, All right, then, hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 All right, any opposition? All right, the motion carries. The motion carries. Let's continue on. Other discussion. I saw other hands that were up from here. I want to say Dr. Nicolette was next, and then Trustee Manetto, and then Trustee Church.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize for my camera. I would request that that not be part of my evaluations. It's out of my control sometimes. But on page 5, and it's just I need some examples so I can understand this. On page 5, formerly J, now number 10, through either corrective actions or an interfund loan, which requires board approval. What does that look like? Why does that happen? And can you give me an example of when it happened in the past and how that was handled? Thank you.
I can't say that it's happened in the past. Certainly when I was at the county, it happened. And it just it occurs when there's a structural imbalance and an unsustainable kind of situation for a fund. And so again, we're focused on individual funds now. So, there are situations sometimes when we've got a pretty significant fund balance in a fund, say our wellness fund, and we're spending it down, and that's appropriate, right? There's no point in having a tremendously high fund balance that's earning less than 1%. We have tax resources and we need to use it effectively. But, it happens when just revenues aren't materialized like we had wanted. In the case of, I'm using the wellness fund, but they're not in the situation, but just as example, folks who don't complete their health assessment are charged an extra $40. And so we have to estimate how many employees that is, and say if, all of our employees did their health assessment, we wouldn't receive any revenue into that wellness fund from that source at least. And yet we have expenses. And so it just can happen, based on, either revenue shortfalls or where expenses exceed budget. So another example might be our property and casualty fund. We've seen tremendous increases in our property insurance premium, and that's just reflection of the industry and all of the, fires and other horrible things that have happened over the last several years, whether they were generated by climate change or not. And so the global industry is ratcheted up fees because, right, they never lose money. And so, we can have a situation where unexpectedly our premiums went up 20% and we eat through fund balance. So it's something we hopefully would foresee over several years, but sometimes unfortunately that doesn't happen. And so when it happens where a fund's cash balance falls below zero, in essence, de facto, the general fund is loaning that fund money to cover their expenses. And so within Business Plus, our accounting system, we actually have controls that would prevent any purchases out of that fund. But of course, sometimes we have to do that. And so a fund's balance cash position might fall into the red, and then we'd come to you for an interfund loan from normally the general fund. So the general fund would make a formal interfund loan to that fund, and then the fund would have to pay it back within 1 year per state regulations. So I hope that answers your question, Trustee Nicolette.
It does. Yes, it absolutely does. So that does make me question what triggers that 60 days after the cash position falls below zero? What happens at that point?
Okay. So either we would process and submit a board item to you for that interfund loan within that 60 days, or we would have 60 days to suppress any expenses out of fund to let our revenues catch up to our expenses and go, and for the fund to go back in the black, if that makes sense. So I
It
hold off.
does.
Yeah, okay,
Thank you very much, Mark.
you bet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Trustee Nicolette. Clerk Manetto, I saw your hand up and now it's down. Are you still?
Well, I kind of got my questions answered, but Mark,
Okay.
on number 10, where we just were, well, if my account went below 0, I'd be paying attention to that a lot earlier than after it was below 0.
Right. Right.
But is this just the normal way we do it? And because yeah, you know.
Well, you're right, Trustee Manetto. Hopefully we'd have a little bit earlier notion whether if a fund is going into trouble from a cash standpoint. Absolutely. So this is just kind of the worst case scenario that we're talking about in this section of the policy. But again, it can happen. You know, some revenues of some funds can be volatile. And there just can be kind of seasonality to a fund's cash flows where you've got expenses that hit every month and you've got to wait 3 or 4 months for a revenue to come in. It happens. Again, I don't believe that's happened here in the district for quite some time, but it can happen. And this is the worst case scenario that we're describing.
But we as a board would know that was coming down the pike. I mean, we would know then, oh, we're below 0, right?
Well, and the third policy you'll hear talks about budgetary compliance and monitoring. And so, you know, the Business and Finance Office does review this and monitor this and would, you know, see this ahead of time. But again, sometimes it's difficult when revenues are volatile, and I can't say that it will never happen. And so if it ever happens, here's what we would do about it, is what this section's trying to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto. Trustee Church.
Just 2 questions, and I'm not sure if this fits into the policy or not. My understanding is from time to time, the state, generally the CLGF, changes the rules. They say, oh, now you got to consider this or that, or, you know, we're reevaluating. And then also OPEBs. Can you discuss if those factor into this at all?
So state law does have you know, a fair amount of wording in NRS for agencies who may enter into a status of fiscal distress. Is that what you're referring to, Trustee Church?
No, just generally CLGF sometimes, is it called Gadsby? I don't know. Sometimes they say, well, we're changing the rules. You need to budget this and figure this out in your fund balance. And I might be wrong. I'm an amateur.
Yeah, well, so in terms of fund balance, again, just to share, the state law indicates that if you fall below a 4% fund balance, you can qualify to be an agency in that fiscal distress category, and you'll likely have to appear before the Committee on Local Government Finance and explain and provide a proposal to get above 4% fund balance. So, you know, kind of financial remediation plan. So that does happen. So 4% is kind of the de facto minimum that any agency can have. The last change to fund balance categories and rules really occurred with GASB 54, which was, I'm going to say, gosh, maybe 10 years ago by now. It is not frequent for there to be changes in this area. So that was the last change that got rid of the word reserve and designation and other terminology and replaced it with what you see here.
And then OPEBs, does that matter for this policy?
No, it doesn't. OPEB is a separate trust. And there is no minimum fund balance for an OPEB trust. You don't even have to have an OPEB trust. We are one of the minority of public agencies that actually have an OPEB trust fund. I don't believe the city of Reno or Sparks still has one. So no, there's no minimum requirement for OPEB trusts at all. Good question.
Trustee Church, does that satisfy your questions?
Yep, now I got to figure out how to put my hand down.
Okay. Okay. Trustee Nicolette might need to do the same thing. Vice President Carlo and Trustee Nicolette, if your hand is still up, I'm not sure if, oh, bam, got it. All right, Vice President Carlo.
Thank you, Madam President. Mark, I'm hoping that you could just briefly go over with us why you're proposing the changes you've made in 9C and in 10. In 9C, you've asked us to create a range, minimum cash position of 8% to 16%. And then in 10, you've changed the timing from 45 days to 60. I was hoping if you could just go over with us why you're recommending those changes.
Sure. I never like to put in a policy, something where we may have difficulty meeting the policy, obviously. And so, for example, in our Nutrition Services Enterprise Fund, the challenges there that we've had, and we're actually turning it around, partly thanks to stimulus funding. But, we feel like it's a little unfair to require a cash position of 16% when our general fund balance minimum and our special revenue fund balance minimum is 8. So we just felt like it was fairer to have a range of 8 to 16%, and there's going to be fluctuation with enterprise funds or internal service funds, like we saw last year. We'd rather have that kind of a range than specify a twice the minimum of our general fund and then not be able to meet it. And then on number 10, again, due to kind of open meeting law requirements and when we'd have to come to the board for an interfund loan, we'd like it, 15 extra days just to be able, again, to evaluate whether a fund really truly needs an interfund loan, or we can freeze expenses sufficiently to achieve, to get the fund back in the black. Or, in a very, very worst case scenario, a fund is allowed to issue debt from one fund to another. And so that is a third option that would be, for more than a year's period. That would be very dire. But we might have been looking at that with the Nutrition Services Fund at one time, right? So we just wanted to have a little bit extra time to be able to kind of think through those different options, and then if need be, come back to the board. Again, depending on the board's schedule, sometimes we go 3 weeks between meetings. So.
Great, thanks, Mark.
Okay, as we continue a look at policy 3051, any other questions or comments from Mr. Mather on this? Looks like we had a couple of suggestions that were made. I don't think they're substantive enough to really send them back for further review. Is there a motion to forward this to a review at the board meeting? And once approved, should it be approved, to go out to the 14-day public comment period? 13-day public comment period. I see your hand, Vice President Carlo.
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Thank you, sir.
I move that the Board Policy Committee approves the proposed revisions to Board Policy 3051 and forwards the policy to a future meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration of preliminary approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Vice President Carlo and seconded by Clerk Manetto. Any more discussion? I don't see Jeannie popped on, so there's no public comment on this. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, any opposition? All right, hearing none, the motion is carried. The record show that it is unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Mather. We'll go right ahead and keep it going to policy 3110. 3110, preparation of annual reporting budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for this item, I will let our budget director walk us through this policy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us today to talk about the preparation of the annual operating budget policy 310. So as you know, the annual operating budget is our district spending plan for the year. So it's an expression of our goals and priorities for the year within our available funds. This first section here just explains that state law requires a balanced budget where total sources, so fund balance and revenues equal total uses. Thanks, Neil. So some formatting changes here. We changed one of the terminologies from supplies and materials to line up better with how our expense categories are defined. And then at the bottom of this page here, you'll see we deleted the text about achieving the structurally balanced budget by reducing the deficit by 1/3 each year until we did so, because we achieved a structurally balanced budget in fiscal year 20 and again in fiscal year 21. So the first change here, bullet point 2, we just moved this up the page, so it was a few paragraphs down, but the district shall make student-centered decisions. We thought this was a very important priority for the district, and when creating the budget and making budgetary decisions, that this be the top consideration in that section. And bullet 4 here, decisions shall be data-driven whenever possible. That's when we can apply data to analyze things, we will do so. The next bullet is saying that we should prioritize our programs and service providers based on a strategic plan and outcomes. And again, here we just deleted that section, or moved the section for the student-centered decisions up to the top of the section. All right, here, again, we just made a few phrasing changes and then removed the language of beginning no later than fiscal year 2021, because that was the original first year of having a structurally balanced budget. The removal of text in this section, this was more a specific procedure process of budgeting, and we wanted to remove that, as the process and procedures of the analysis we do on a year-to-year basis can change, and just to keep this language at a policy level. Again, just some terminology changes there at the top of the preliminary budget, which we presented last week. And then this paragraph here at the bottom of the screen, we can see this is just saying that after we prepare the preliminary budget and present it to you all like we did last week, that the CFO and the budget office will conduct analysis and come back with options for a balanced general fund budget. This funding of new programs here, we reduced the amount from the cost of new programs from $50,000 to $25,000, just to be able to review more of those programs and lower the threshold so we capture more programs when reviewing them. And then in this long range financial planning section, we removed some of the language that was more procedural or process, but did edit this part to show that we will prepare a long range revenue and expenditure forecast of at least 3 years as part of the budget process.
Are we good? We good?
Yep. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay. Wanted to make sure. Thank you very much. Let's see. I see Vice President Caldwell, your hand was up from before. I don't know if it's still up on purpose.
Yeah, sorry, it's still up.
Okay. Thank you. So you go right ahead, and then we'll go to Trustee Nicolette.
Yeah, so on number 2, where it talks about student-centered decisions, when I read this at first, I just kind of made myself a note that maybe to soften the language. I do think that I don't want it to make it seem like that what our staff are feeling isn't important. I do think we should make student-centered decisions. I don't know if we want, at least from my perspective, don't know if we want to be so direct that if you're an adult stakeholder in our district that we're going to essentially not take your input. I'm curious what others think. I mean, I could go either way on it. That was just my initial reaction when I read it.
I see. I see Trustee Church, and then Neil, I thought you waved a hand for a comment on that as well. So we'll go with Trustee Church, and then we'll go to Mr. Lombardo.
I kind of agree. What about the taxpayer? So yeah, maybe it's okay to spend a lot of money because of the students, but what about the interest of the taxpayer? Is that what Andrew's talking about? And that makes sense to me.
I came at it more for staff. I understand why it's here. I understand what the point is, that we do need to make decisions based on what's best for students. That's why we're here. I just think about everything that's happened this year, and I don't want it to anyone to feel that we're not going to be concerned about the interests of staff. Now, the student interests may override that if there's interests of staff that maybe are contradicting what we're trying to do for students. I feel like saying that student-centered decisions and that budget decisions should be based on what's best for students, I feel like that would be sufficient. But it's there for a reason. So I'm just curious on why it was. I can probably be swayed either way. That was just my initial reaction when I read it.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell. I'm actually made a note of that as well. For some little different reasons, but nonetheless, I want to go to council, and I see a couple other hands. I want to make sure that before we switch topics, that the hands I call on are about this one right here, because again, we're making adjustments as we go. So we'll start with Mr. Lombardo.
Yeah, thank you, President Taylor. I was just going to make a recommendation on language that the district shall make budget decisions based on the best interest of the student, and just leave it at that. I'm not weighing in on if it's necessary, but that would be a nice tidy sentence. I think that would capture the goal of Trustee Cottle and take off the perceived harshness of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Clerk Manetto, I think your comment is regarding this as well.
And Neil, thank you for the right wording, because that's what I was trying to think of, how to say it, where it says it's student-centered without sounding mean. So thank you. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you. To take care of that one. Thank you, Clerk Manetto. Trustee Church.
Let me unmute here. I caught that too, and I almost glossed over it, and I thank Andrew, but this is a budgeting policy, not a educational policy. And I'm still concerned that it centers on the student and not the taxpayer or other players. So I might suggest we consider something like balanced with the needs of, and then fill in the blank, balanced with the needs of the community or taxpayer or other stakeholders, something like that. Just my thought, but Yeah, the more I read it, the more I'm not comfortable just saying student-based.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Vice President Cottle?
Yeah, I can offer an amendment here. I would like it to just be clean. So I do think if you just chop off right where the comma is after students, just put a period and just chop off the rest of it. That would be the amendment that I will propose to the board.
Okay, is that in the form of a motion, Vice President Cottle?
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor that number 2 be changed to the district shall make student-centered decisions. Budget decisions shall be based on should they be on or upon what is best for students, period. That is the motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from a couple people. We'll take Trustee Calvert. We have a motion on the floor from Vice President Caldwell, second from Trustee Calvert. More discussion?
I'm just for the
Please go ahead, Trustee Church. I go ahead.
For the record, I'm going to be a nay for the reason I stated.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Caldwell. Trustee Church. Any other discussion on this item? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Nay.
Nay, the motion carries 6-1. Let the record show the motion carries 6-1. So that change should be made. It's just topping off a bit of a line. So I don't know if that's substantive as of right now. We'll go on to any other comments. I see Dr. Nicolette, you have another comment about 3110.
No, I thought we were moving on there. I'm good. I can wait until we're ready to move.
No, 3110 is the whole policy. So we're ready to move to something else in the policy.
Thank you. I was gonna, where's 3110? Thank you. Yes.
You bet.
Page 2, same page, number 8, B, and it's throughout the document periodically. Can I have a little more explanation as to how, as time allows, is assessed, and then as time is permitted, how review is undertaken? As time allows is my question. What does that really mean?
Thank you for your question, Trustee Nicolette. So for example, the priority-based budgeting piece in here, that was over a year-long process that took district staff of a significant amount of time on a weekly, monthly basis to look at every single program in the district and the budget associated with it. And that might not be feasible with everyone's time on a regular basis. So this is saying, as staff has time to do these different type of things, they will.
Thank you, Jeff. So I can assume, or is it kind of inferred that these are regular reviews? These are not something is wrong review.
Correct. So we do reviews throughout the entire year of different size and scope. So this is just saying, some of these that are more time intensive, we will do those as time allows.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. I have a worker here, so I'll be putting a mask on from time to time. Trustee Church, I see your hand. Trustee Nicolette, if you're done, you can take your hand down if you would, ma'am. Trustee Church, go ahead, sir.
Page 4 at the very top, number BI, it talks about the strategic plan. And I'd just like a little discussion or staff input on what that means. And then for us, do we intend to, in the strategic plan, to meet that by establishing actual criteria? So I think that's worth discussion.
So let's begin with the first part of your question. What's a question on the first part of that, and then we'll get to the second part.
Well, I guess discussion, what is the intent of putting that in the plan? And what is the intent of putting in one plan a reference to another plan.
Well, this is the policy, right? This is the policy. This is the plan,
Oh, I'm sorry, you got me.
right? And then this is what the policy is at least as far as I can tell, what the policy is talking about, that there should be a connection between our budgeting and our strategic plan, right? One can say a budget; those are moral documents. Our budget should reflect the priorities that the board has established and approved, which this may connect to your second part of your question. The board establishes and approves a strategic plan, and the budget should be passed in support of that.
So I think what I'm asking, are we then, as a board, because we've already had one discussion, again, I'm the new kid on the block, and I thank you for clarifying a lot of this, because I am one of the new kids. When we get back to the strategic plan, which we've talked about, I think once, are we going to have a very specific plan that meets this? Are we going to not just have a strategic plan that says, hey, we're going to do better, we're going to do, this seems to call for some specific guidance in the strategic plan. Do I interpret that right?
No, that isn't incorrect. That isn't incorrect at all. As I said, there should be a direct relationship between the two, and that is very intentional. And we have not talked about the upcoming strategic plan yet at all, right? So you haven't missed that. What you've seen is a review of what we're under currently, which is really the bridge plan for this year. And so no, we haven't gone to that detail on this plan, because all we're doing this year is reviewing, right? And as we plan for upcoming, the recommendation from staff is to focus. You remember, focus 2 years on the recovery, because of based upon where we are, and that really should set the direction and the parameters, and because it establishes the priorities that the budget should support, and should also be in alignment with. Mark, I saw your light come on, so I saw your camera come on, so you may want to share with that, Mr. Mathers. Share on that, Mr. Mathers.
Sorry, I'm not sure why that happened, but you're absolutely right, Dr. Taylor. And I think this is a strength of this district. I think it takes very seriously what it puts in the strategic plan. And as Dr. Taylor said, it is trying to link the budget with the strategic plan, which is absolutely a correct, progressive, forward-thinking policy. You see some agencies candidly have a strategic plan, and you wonder how in the world does that align with what they do on a daily basis. Here, in my view, we're much more laser focused on what are our strategic priorities. Then we have underneath, objectives and metrics that guide staff, and the budget needs to reflect that. We need to invest in those areas that you identify in the strategic plan are your priorities. And if we don't, and we have a misalignment of our budget and strategic plan, you're not going to accomplish your strategic plan goals. You won't have the funding to do it. So I just think it's one of the strengths, I think, of this district, honestly, something I really appreciate about what we do here. So, but Dr. Taylor said it beautifully. So
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mathers. We're going to Trustee Church, the superintendent's hand came up, and so we're going to let her chime in, then we'll come back to you to make sure we've closed the loop on this for you, okay?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. And, I understand the question, Trustee Church, and although we want to stick to the germane topics of this particular board policy, I think you were alluding to our work session that we had on the 2-year response to recovery strategic plan. And as you know, within that work session, we talked about building that strategic plan for 2 years and recovery around academic achievement. And so when a board adopts a strategic plan, it absolutely must align with the budget priorities that are within that strategic plan. Otherwise, the board may not be within the confines and those guide rails of what's in the strategic plan. And the superintendent and staff are charged with the implementation of what's in that strategic plan. And in order to implement that strategic plan, you need allocated resources. And so we've talked a lot within our school district over the last few years on building our pathway with our profile to a graduate You build off of that, your strategic plan, and then the allocation of resources, your budget is directly aligned to the strategic plan. So I just kind of wanted to articulate that a little bit more around the strategic plan, but I agree with Mark Mathers that President Taylor said that really nicely as far as the budget priorities and the goals of the strategic plan.
And well, I thank you, Dr. McNeil, and I appreciate the clarification. But we did have a work session to begin to lay the foundation for the strategic plan for the next 2 years, but we haven't done that yet. I believe that work session is scheduled, I think, at the end of the month, I want to say. I think, no, we have a couple months because it's putting together a whole plan around it. And to see the connection between that is we know that there's going to be some time of recovery necessary for our students that have had to endure in schools and our educators, quite honestly, in terms of their supports this last year that we've had. And so we want this staff's recommendation, and we've all been informed in our one-on-one meetings with the superintendent, is that to really focus the next 2 years on that. And that's going to mean we align our budget a little bit differently for the next 2 years because of that focus. And that's how you see the connection. But then, you know, obviously we won't be doing that forever. And then that also provides the time in a year before that's over to begin the really comprehensive process of looking at an entire strategic plan again for the next 3 or 5 years, however long the board decides you want to do it in the future. So there should be that connection. So hopefully that kind of makes that kind of clear, Trustee Church. If not, chime in. I see your hands down, chime in, let me know.
No, I took my hand down. Yeah, I think we're good. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee, wait, your hands up. Then Superintendent, you're good? You're good. Okay. My question was on page 4, same page as my colleague Trustee Church, page 4, letter C, little I. And we put, and let's talk a little bit about the addition of strive to. I know that there were some, the years, and Mr. Boswell, thank you for pointing out that it was appropriate to take the years out of there because that was our goal. And we actually met that goal a year early, right? I'm proud to say for those of us who were on the board and did the work during that time. Do we talk a little bit about the word strive to? Do we want to say we want to strive to maintain a budget, or do we want to maintain a budget?
Thank you for your questions, President Taylor. So, you know, while we would like to have and maintain a structurally balanced budget on an annual basis, there could be, you know, a situation where we are unable to do that. So if revenues take a dive and we have, you know, fund balance to carry us over into the next fiscal year as we adjust our spending plan. So we strive to maintain a structurally balanced budget. This is also recognizing that there may be certain circumstances in where that may not be feasible.
Can I jump in?
Thank you, Mr. Boswell. Yes, Mr. Mathers, please.
So this was wording too that Trustee Simon Holland used to ask us to insert. So I'm just, we did this out of recollection that she would always hit on this to add the word strive to emphasize it's a goal. So see, staff listens to the board trustees very, very closely. And but I mean, I think we're fine either way. I mean, again, there are circumstances that could make this challenging as some of the new trustees are starting to learn. We don't have much time after the state budget is completed to file an amended budget. And, you know, depending on what happens, sometimes, wow, it may be difficult to have a structurally balanced budget. It's always our goal. Absolutely always our goal. So whatever the board policy committee's pleasure here is fine.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And when Mr. Boswell referred to, I mean, that's sometimes, you know, like a year like the year we've had now, and we don't know what's coming. That's back to the focus on why it's so important to have a healthy fund balance. It doesn't mean that we're going from year to year without having the resources. It means we may have to dip into our savings account for whatever the reason may be And we've gone through a year like that when that can certainly be the case. So I just had to be reminded of the fund balance that, oh yeah, that doesn't mean we don't use our savings account if we need to. We only come in this only becomes an issue if we don't have a savings account. So yeah, so I'm good. I'm good with it. Thank you. Thank you for the information. Trustee Nicolette?
Thank you, and I appreciate that honesty toward funding. Absolutely. I do still question the strive to, just because if there's heaven forbid, let's just do a worst case scenario. We totally run out of money, so we can no longer strive. That is not, that's even again, there's an NRS that really addresses that problem, doesn't it? Because we can't run out of money. Is that correct? Help me understand this, because strives to me means, well, we're going to try hard to do good, but we might come up short. Thank you.
So I'm getting the feeling we want to strive to, which is fine again. So at the very beginning of this policy, we made a distinction between how the state defines a balanced budget and how we do. The state will let you draw upon your fund balance to balance, quote unquote, your budget, to cover any shortfall of revenue. And they consider that a balanced budget, and that's perfectly lawful and legal. What this policy, though, says is, no, that's not a structurally balanced budget where revenues equal expenses. We want to have a budget where ongoing revenues at least equal ongoing expenses. And so I think I'm trying to answer your question, Trustee Nicolette. A structurally balanced budget, you would never dip into reserves, right? So that's when we say a structurally balanced budget, that's what we mean. But again, we are totally fine with taking out the word strive to. It was, again, hearkening back to a prior board more than anything.
I would just say that again, I brought it up because it stood out in my mind, and I'm absolutely comfortable with the strive through. I understand it. The difference between us and the state, to make it simple for me, is structurally. We're talking about a structurally balanced budget, meaning year to year revenues and expenses equal each other all the time. The state, they don't care, just balance. If you did a bake sale at the end of the year and then your money came in, you balance, okay, great, balance, right? We don't want to live like that, right? So I understand, I absolutely understand the strive through. I am comfortable with it. I'm going to go to Trustee Nicolette and then Trustee Minetto.
Thank you. I'm really pretty comfortable because I agree we have to have those reserves. There's no doubt about it. So then I go back to the definition on page 1. Structurally balanced budget is a budget in which recurring revenues equal or exceed recurring expenditures. That, what you said, Mark, I totally get. We want a structurally balanced budget that has reserves that we don't need to use unless there's an emergency. So might we rethink that definition a little bit? Or if you're comfortable because you totally get it, then I am too. But that's really why I brought it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. We'll go to Clerk Minetto.
I was just going to say, I like the strive to. I like it in there. Because I think, we will do it. What happens if we don't? And I don't know if, we're breaking policy where, strive to just means that's always our aim, our goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. So it looks like we worked through that part. Anything else on policy 3110? Good conversation around it. Looks like we got to a place of landing with some level of comfort. I don't know that we didn't take any motions on this piece. Am I correct? To make changes as we go. I don't think we did on 3110. Oh no, we did. We did. I think didn't Vice President Caldwell made a motion. made a change on it. Right?
Yes.
So yes, that's right. Vice President Carlo did. So now at this, I'm looking for a motion. If it is the pleasure of the board to approve board policy 3110 as amended and to recommend it to consideration of a full meeting of the Board of Trustees. I see two hands up. I saw you first, Trustee Carlo, Vice President Carlo, and then Clerk Manello. You'll go next.
I'll go ahead and make the motion if that's okay.
Thank you, sir.
I move the Board Policy Committee approves the proposed revisions to Board Policy 3110, as well as the approved amendment, and forwards the policy to a future meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration of preliminary approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Vice President Carlo, seconded by Clerk Manello. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? I don't see Jeannie, so there's no public comments, which is why I didn't call for it, by the way. Neil, I got it. I'm watching. The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. We're going to keep it going with Board Policy 3125. This is budgetary compliance and periodic financial reporting.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taylor. So this is the last of the three policies. I believe this was an entirely new policy adopted in 2018. It is consistent with best practices recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. And at the time, again, we thought this was very important. It's great to have a balanced budget, and it's really important to have a balanced budget, and it's really important to have adequate fund balance. But if there's no compliance on the other side and no monitoring, those are somewhat hollow expressions of policy, right? And so once you have a balanced, structurally balanced budget, there is a compliance and monitoring and reporting effort that needs to go along with it to ensure that that budget stays in compliance and stays balanced. And so, again, this policy was, I do believe, written for, out of, this was the first policy of this kind that we had submitted to the board, and they approved it. So, again, we believe it's important, again, maybe going back to one trustee's comments, that we express the belief that we need to ensure tax dollars are being used openly, legally, efficiently, and effectively, and in a manner that provides insulation from fiscal crisis and economic disruption. We move that up to the top because of, again, the formatting changes here, but that was in the 2018 policy. But again, it's important policy statement that the board makes about preserving resources and being compliant with state law and just good budgeting practices and financial practices. So just moving down a little further down on page 1. Again, this is just moving things up from elsewhere in the policy, in the older policy. But you can see, we make a very simple statement consistent with state law that we shall not exceed operating and capital budgets. However, we don't confine departments and schools to a line item budget. They can exceed their budget. This is in subsection B. They can exceed their line item budget as long as they have savings in another area of the budget, another line item to cover it, with the exception of the travel and training budget that's governed by a regulation we passed, I believe, a year and a half ago. We also indicate that you cannot use savings in the personnel category, i.e. through vacancies, to cover non-personnel cost overruns, unless there's a nexus between the savings in one category and overages in another category, like if you had so many, such a degree of vacancies that you needed to use contractors to get the work done, and there would be a linkage or nexus between that. Moving down then further, page 2, again, just formatting changes and moving statements around. Page 3 goes into the process to make budget adjustments and augmentations, and this is guided by state law and regulations. There is various levels of approval depending on the type of budget adjustment and augmentation, but this is why you see consent items for budget adjustments to you when we make cross-functional transfers of budget authority from one function to another that requires board action. When we augment a budget, that absolutely requires board action and would have to come to you after a noticing in the newspaper and so forth. So we're basically paraphrasing state law in this section, but again, this is important for budgetary compliance. We can't augment or increase a budget without the board's approval, with the exception of grants as allowed by state law. Really just some wordsmithing here. In terms of reporting, we provide, unaudited quarterly financial statements for all funds to the board, and then we provide monthly financial reports for the general fund to the board, and those are conveyed through the superintendent's highlights. And then, I'm sorry, Neil, can you slow down a little bit? Can you go back up? So this language regarding new programs was covered in another policy, so it's redundant. So we're proposing to delete it out of this policy. Don't need, something in two places. And then in section 10, we do allow schools to carry over unused funds up to 8% of their operating budget to the next fiscal year. So that just a clarification there. And that's pretty much it in terms of the policy itself and some very minor changes.
Okay. All right, colleagues, are open for any questions for Mr. Mather on board policy 3125. Anything from anyone? Oh, Trustee Church? Unmute, sir.
There I am. I did something wrong to my screen. I just wanted to compliment and draw attention to the purpose that Mr. Mathers commented on. Kind of segues into what I just said on the previous agenda item, that we're representing the community and ensuring the taxpayer dollars are spent legally and efficiently, not just, so anyway, I just want to comment on that and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. It's just a little one here, but it's on page 5, number 10, strategic use of underutilized funds. Help me understand the underutilized funds, how that would happen. A group does a fundraiser, or it's money that's given to a school at the beginning of the year. And the real reason I ask it is I always worry about that use it or lose it approach to monies. So why can schools, if they've managed their money, site-based management, managed it well, why can they not maintain it through to the next year? Thank you.
Good question. There's a balancing act here. The district does have savings, and in comparing its budget to its actual expenses, that should happen, just like your own personal account. When you have a personal budget, hopefully you're not spending up to that budget every single month. So we do have savings that we see, hopefully, every year, and that helps build fund balance. And we want to get away from departments or schools viewing it as their money. Sometimes you'll get that mentality. Well, and really it's the school district's money, and it's money governed by the Board of Trustees. We do allow, but in terms of that balancing act, we do allow them to carry over monies. This usually happens when they say want to buy a copier, and the copier's cost is more than what they can save in any one year. So we let them carry over monies for those kind of major one-time expenses that they may have. But if we let everyone carry over all of their savings every year, then we would never have any budgetary savings, and we'd carry over this amount for them to use, and it would build up over time. We just need to be careful about that, because again, they're not fiefdoms of a department or a school. They're tax resources of the district. So this is a figure that the district's had for many, many years. It seems to work for schools. Occasionally we will get requests to carry over a larger amount, and we do consider those, again, for kind of larger one-time purchases. But this is kind of longstanding practice of the district. That all being said, we don't want to have a use it or lose it mentality, and that reigns, for instance, at the state, where they will cut your budget if based on actual expenses. And so everyone's incentivized to spend right up to the budget. We never want to do that. So we're very careful about doing it. And that's what subsection B tries to get to.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Any other questions, comments about the policy? Dr. Nicolette, your hand is still up, but I think you're good, right? I'm sorry, I can't see your face, so I have to try to guess. All right, I see a different hand and a different face. Dr. McNeil.
Thank you, President Taylor. I was just wondering, on page 4, under new C, if that should be aligned to what Vice President Caudle made the change in board policy 3051. If we need to insert that language in there as far as a phased-in approach for the biennium. I just caught that, so.
That's a good catch.
Good catch.
We certainly don't have.
Would it be if
we don't want to have conflicting policies, that's for sure.
No. Would it be appropriate to say this might be for you, counsel, to as the motion is made, just make it in such a way that it captures that same language?
Well, it is appropriate. I would ask Mark if it's in one policy, do we even need it in this policy?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think it's necessary. If we have it, obviously it needs to be consistent, but I actually don't think it's necessary in the context of compliance and monitoring.
So I would suggest that we delete.
Well, let me take that back, Neil. As I read it again, what we're getting to here is not so much the amount, and so maybe that needs to be stricken so that we don't have redundant language, but it's the last sentence or two that really is more important here about how we use our contingency account. So maybe a proposed change would be to eliminate the second sentence regarding the level of contingency account, so that this section can focus on the proper uses of a contingency account.
That seems to eliminate that conflict, but it keeps the other important information, which is what Mr. Mather's talking about. So it would read, so new C would read, a contingency account as provided in Nevada Revised Statutes NRS will be established for unanticipated needs. Then we drop down to use of the contingency account will be carefully considered, yada, 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 all the way to the end of required board approval.
So moved.
That's it. Oh, thank you. Don't make me make my own motion. Although I guess I would if I had to, but not on this. All right. There's a motion on the floor that we that change is made to new C. as just read by me. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
The second, motion by Vice President Caldwell, seconded by Trustee Thigpen. Discussion, anyone?
Can we just clarify that, just so we're taking out the one sentence?
The one sentence in the middle, yeah, as I read. Is that clear? You need that you see it on the screen here? What's being bolded is being taken out. Yeah?
Got it.
Okay, I see a thumbs up. I see some nods. All right. That being clear, then all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Opposition? Okay, sorry, cut you off, Diane. Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. So now we'll go to a motion to accept the board as the policy 3125 as revised and just amended. Is there a motion on the floor for that?
So moved.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Nicolette. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Calvert. I think that's where I got. That's the yellow box that came on. All right. See, any more discussion needed on this one? 3125. All right. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 All right. Any opposition? All right. Hearing none, the motion's carried. And once again, it is unanimous. So we will move on. Thank you very much. I think that was the last of our financial.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mather, Mr.
Thank
Boswell.
you.
Thank you for your work. It's very good to clean this stuff up. All right, now we'll move on to agenda item 2.05, discussion and possible action to recommend revisions to and or forward the proposed revisions of board policy 1600, public complaint and resolution procedure. More specifically, to clarify the policy and its purpose to a future regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration of preliminary approval. This is for possible action. And I believe I'm turning this over to Chief General Counsel, Mr. Rombardo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, President Taylor. Thank you. Okay, let me start over. Let's rewind that. Let's try this again. That was a big fumble. So thank you, President.
I think I'm turning this over to Chief General Counsel, Mr. Rombardo.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. Today I'll be presenting on board policy 1600. We went through this policy as part of our standard schedule, as you know, and we really pared this one back. We feel that this is a policy that allows the community to file public complaints and meets the needs of the trustees, as well as allows the district to manage these situations. And so we'll go through this quickly, and we look for your approval afterwards. So for basically, we reduced the purpose statement. As you know, the Office of General Counsel is into trying to make these policies more precise. And so we reduced the policy statement, we feel, to be more precise. It basically says that if a person, parent, guardian, or any member of the public has a complaint against the school district, that they may file a public complaint, but it has to be related to public education and the operation of the district. Obviously, we're not going to handle public complaints related to other matters. That would not be our stead. And so that's basically what we reduced the purpose statement down to. And then we were excited with the way that this policy came out. We feel that policy should be more like this when possible. And we recognize that's not always possible. But basically, the board in this policy will direct the superintendent to adopt a regulation to implement and maintain the purpose of this board policy. The superintendent shall include in the administrative regulation the following provisions: the scope of the public complaint. Public complaints cannot be filed against individual trustees. The reason why, and let me just give you some background on that. We recently opined that you can't file a public complaint against a trustee because the current public complaint process contemplates discipline and things of that nature. Well, trustees don't get disciplined by the district. Trustees do their own disciplining amongst themselves pursuant to board policy in the 9000 series. I believe it's 9052. No, that can't be right because that's communications. It's somewhere around there though. But in the 9000 series, nonetheless, you discipline yourselves through censure or things of that nature. And you are also disciplined by the public because you're elected officials. And if the public doesn't like what you're doing, then you won't be reelected. And so we don't feel that it's our place as members of the district, even though I have a dotted line to you, for us to discipline or investigate public complaints against trustees. So we thought that should be part of the policy. Public complaints cannot be filed against decisions of the board. Similarly, so you're elected to bring your opinions to this board. You're elected to carry out the responsibilities of a board of trustees for a school district, and your decisions are in your discretion. And if we give the public the opportunity to file complaints every time you make a decision and require us to investigate, then we're going to need a whole team of investigators and lawyers to look into things, because basically people can complain about any decision. As you know, this is it's a tough decision-making process right now, especially with the pandemic and things of that nature. So you can only imagine if we will allow public complaints against the board's decisions. So those are specifically exempted. The public complaint process is the responsibility of the superintendent, not the board, except that a public complaint can be filed against the superintendent, which is the exclusive responsibility of the board president. And basically that's the way it currently exists right now, that the public complaint process falls to the superintendent and or his or her designee, in this case her designee, obviously, to investigate the public complaint. If the public complaint is filed against the superintendent, then that falls to the board president to manage that situation, which is how it's currently written in regulation. But we thought it was important, since this is your policy, to place it, since this is your employee, to place it in your policy that you adopt. Public complaints must be submitted to the lowest level administrator. That's the way we've always done it. So if it's against a teacher, by way of example, you would file it with the principal. There's also an informal process. The informal resolution process is kind of the way we were all taught to handle things as we grew up, right? You go and meet with the person that you have a complaint with first. If that doesn't work, then you go to the formal process. There's and again, this would be all the things that the superintendent is expected to adopt in the regulation. And 90% of this is there. In fact, we just completed the regulation yesterday, or what we feel is, if this gets passed, would be an appropriate regulation. And we'll be forwarding that onto the board within the next few days. There shall be a confidentiality provision in the regulation, and finally, a prohibition of any unlawful retaliation. So if somebody were to file a public complaint, the district or the supervisor or whomever cannot retaliate against the complainant. So we feel that this is we in the Office of General Counsel feel that this is a really good policy. It's really shortened things, but still meets the goals of what's been going on all along, and allows the regulation to really, since it's already a large regulation, to take the precedent here, which is what it should be, because again, this is a situation that is managed by the superintendent. So we're looking for approval, or happy to discuss, obviously, any of your changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Let's open it up now for board discussion, questions on any of these changes. Trustee Church, I see you, sir. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. I have basically three questions. Number one, I envision a complaint where it may involve something criminal, or it may involve a violation of Nevada revised statute that are not criminal. And I'll give you an example. One of our police officers is required to maintain certain post standards, and there's a complaint that that individual failed to maintain those post standards. So in that case, do we want something in there that might say, in such a case, it would also be referred? We would still reserve the right to investigate that individual, but we would also reserve the right to refer it to the appropriate other agency, as well as criminal. That's question number one. Should I stop there, or should I go with the other two?
I think we should stop. Let's take them as we go, in case it
Okay.
requires some change to the document. So question number one is, really, I just want to make sure I restate it. Okay, Trustee Church, question number one is, if we have a violation of law or of statute, And so therefore someone files a complaint, we would follow our own complaint process, but do we also want to make it mandatory that we pass that on to whatever other entity? Help me. Like if it's criminal, we would pass over to law enforcement. I'm not sure who we pass over violations of Nevada revised statute to, of NRS to, but that's the question. And then we can ask Chief General Counsel for a response.
And I'm not sure I'd necessarily need the word mandatory, but maybe just as appropriate.
Okay. Okay, I hear you. Chief Counsel?
Yeah, we could put that in here. We could put that in the regulation. I'm not really sure it's necessary because the law requires us to do it. At least if I understand the question the way it's asked. If we received a public complaint that was criminal in nature, we would forward that on to the appropriate authorities, whether that was written in this policy or not, because we're obligated to. And number two is with regard to NRS. So you're saying the post standard, if that wasn't met, well, that would be investigated by Chief Trevino, but he may also turn that into the peace officer standards and training folks down there in Carson City. And I think that would be, I don't think we need to put it in there because we would just do that but we could.
I think it should be. Let me explain why. Also the wording, not just necessarily post. I mean, what if we have a bus driver that might have a suspended license? I mean, I could give 1,000 examples, a teacher that didn't meet their criteria. So the question might be also wording that we would have the option. For example, the post, Chief Trevino might just say, hey, we're just going to turn it over to post. We're not even going to look at this. We're going to let post make the decision on whether that course, met it. So I can just see that maybe being a wise thing to put in, but I'm, not set in stone, but that's my thought.
What would you, let's stay here in this. So you have, so now help, where do you recommend it goes? So it's not a, hey, we should put that in there. We should look at what you're thinking based upon your suggestion. Where do you think it would fit, where that might apply? That would be most helpful.
It would probably fit down towards the bottom. And because it's not a very long policy, we've taken out 99% of it anyway, but something to the effect of.
No, where? Help me with where. Down the bottom, we have to give staff a little more guidance than that.
I might need help from legal counsel on that. And let me scroll through this.
Yeah, if you would, that would be helpful.
Probably, I mean, there's virtually nothing. Everything else is taken out. So let me look here real quick. Add section D, 1D. And that would say something to the effect of the administration.
There is a D. It would go down a little further.
Oh, you got me in a D there. Yeah, you're right.
There's a D and E. So let's just say F, whatever. Okay, let's say
and then move E down to F. But something where it would say E, the administration or the superintendent may opt to refer any complaint to other appropriate administrative agency or other administrative agency as appropriate.
Okay, so that's what the recommendation is.
Something to that, in conjunction with any internal investigation that may be conducted.
Well, the internal part is already in here because that's what this is about, right? So we would want to, this is something you want to add to that.
Yes.
Right. You would say the superintendent or designee or whatever may include other agencies. I forget what were your records?
May refer to other administrative agencies as appropriate.
Okay.
And
why don't you stop there? That's clear enough. And I mean, unless there's more to it, that's clean enough.
I just want to make clear that the superintendent could say, we're not even going to look at it. In other words, it may, in addition to, or help me out here, but.
You don't have to say in addition to, you can just say they may refer to, right? Because if your desire is that the superintendent may say, you know what, I don't even want to deal with this. We want to turn this over. We don't want to say in addition to, because in addition to means that if that's your desire, right?
You are correct. You are correct.
I'm just trying to catch what it is that you want. If that's your desire, that if for whatever the reason may be, it's too hot, it's too big, it's too whatever, who knows, right? Dr. McNeil could say, hey, I want to just turn this over, then we don't want to say in conjunction to, correct? If that
I don't think
captures-
I don't think it mandates that the superintendent does or doesn't investigate as well. But yeah, it may also be referred to another agency. So I think the wording meets both that criteria.
Okay. All right, let's have more. Let's have a little feedback on that from Chief General Counsel and perhaps from the superintendent.
Well, again, I guess if the public complains about something like that, and I understand that I just used post as your example, but I agree with you. There could be several. It could be teachers who, licenses lapsed or whatever. I just think we're obligated to inform the appropriate administrative authority, and that might be how we choose to resolve the public complaint. I mean, that can be a resolution in and of itself.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it's necessary, but I'm fine putting it in. I was thinking, as far as suggestions go for putting it into the policy, we could put it here in B. Public complaints must be submitted at the lowest administrative level. Then we could put comma and also maybe refer to the appropriate administrative agencies. But then see, we're saying administrative agencies, and then you have the criminal side too.
That's still an administrative agency.
Well, no, criminal is not an administrative agency. Administrative agency is post or NDE. Criminal would be law enforcement. I don't think those have the same definitions.
Well, yeah, no, and we're obligated to do that.
Governmental?
Something we may think about just in terms of what you said, Chief General Counsel, is it almost seems as though that's a contradiction if we put them both in B, because B on the one hand says, hey, let's resolve this at the lowest level that we can. We can, if the two people can get together and have a conversation, that's great. But then we're also saying, or we can turn you over to the feds. I mean, not the feds, but you know what I mean. It's almost like, to me, it's almost like, I don't know if those two even go together. It would almost be if let me just go back. Let's begin with the end in mind. Trustee Church, what's your objective? What is it that you're trying to get to?
The objective is to recognize that there may be other appropriate agencies that would either handle it entirely or in addition to an internal investigation.
Okay, well, let's see how our colleagues feel about this. Comments? Think it's necessary? Chief General Counsel feels like it's pretty much covered simply because we have to turn it over if it's against the law. And two, I don't know if the superintendent will turn something over to, if it's something with one of our people, they're probably going to want us, let's do what we do and investigate it. But that's just a trustee Church wanting to make sure that those things are covered. So let's have some feedback. Okay, I see Trustee Thigpen and then Vice President Cauble.
I think, can we look at B? I wonder, Trustee Church, if this might help solve, if we say on B, where it says submitted at the lowest, maybe we add something that says or most appropriate administrative level. Maybe that solves the issue. Just thinking out loud here.
Administrative agency, not level. Level would be internal.
Those are two different things. Yeah, the B as it stands is about what happens internally, right?
Would it change much if we change level to say agency? Or maybe council can answer that.
It does, because it's two different things.
Yeah.
It's two different things. It not that it can't be added to B if that's the desire of the board, but to change it from level, because level means it's internal. When we start looking at agencies, it's external. So we replace level with agencies, that takes the internal out.
Could you say level and or agency, just to get it in there in the cleanest way, I think?
I think that says two different things, but that's just one trustee, right?
I agree, though, if I'm asking, if I'm being asked.
It may need its own section. And again, there's,
Okay.
I wanna
Well,
point out-
hang on. Whoa. I got other people with their hands up. So hang on.
Sure.
Don't jump in. Hang on. We have Vice President Caldwell, and then I saw Clerk Manetto, and then Trustee Calvert. And then you can jump on back in, Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. When I look at this, I think about it from, if there was a situation, let's say the example is given where a bus driver is suspended license or a police officer didn't have certification necessary, or a teacher was missing something, our current complaint process would capture that, because it would eventually get clarified and confirmed with human resources. And Superintendent McNeil or Chief General Counsel can correct me if that's wrong. It seems like if we would do something separate, there could be some reference if it's criminal, but anything else that is a part of a staff member's internal function, the current process would uncover that through the appropriate administrator, chief, and human resources. I just want to make sure I am understanding that correct.
It looks like we see nods from both Chief General Counsel as well as the Superintendent.
Yeah, just to create a record, yes, you
Okay.
understand that correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So-
Okay, thank you.
So for me, it would seem that we're covered, but we don't have any mention of the criminal side. And so if we want to add something about that, I have no issue with that. The administrative part, I feel like we're going to get bogged down, because I do think that if a complaint comes in for that, our current process would get resolved through our current process using the appropriate staff that we have in our district.
I want to clarify a disagreement on that when it's my turn.
Okay, go ahead and grab your note on that, Trustee Church. You can certainly pull that back in. All right, Clerk Manetto, and then we'll go to Trustee Calvert, then back to you, Trustee Church. Thank you, Vice President Call.
I would agree with Andrew in that I feel like it's already, I mean, if somebody's doing something illegal, it seems to me that they would be notified, because that's what moral, ethical people do. And I think that I worry about confidentiality too. If we open it up to, which I don't think is what you're saying, Jeff, but I kind of like it the way it is. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Manetto. Trustee Calvert?
I don't know either, but I mean, I do believe that we already have things that are in place that cover this, and I don't see why we would want to create something just because it's criminal. If it's criminal, and I agree with Ms. Manetto that we already know that that action or whatever is wrong, and that the teacher or whoever the administrative person is, that they should have something in place that they know that they need. These are the procedures that they need to use to follow that. So I just think that we could possibly, like Ms. Manetto said, open ourselves up to the privacy, confidentiality, and things like that. So I believe personally for me, I would just like to leave it the way it is.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Calvert. We'll go back to you, Trustee Church, and then Dr. Nicolette. I see your hand as well.
Sure. No, that's exactly why we do need this, the confidentiality issue. So let me give you an example. We have an issue that says the bus driver has a revoked license, and we do an investigation and we determine that they do. And the bus driver says, that's a personnel issue. You can't give that to DMV. So now we get in trouble if that bus driver does something down the road, and we say, how come you didn't tell the DMV? And we say, oh, well, it's a personnel issue. We're restricted by law. Whereupon, on the other hand, as I'm proposing, it gives the superintendent the discretion of saying, we're going to hand this off to the DMV, or the post issue, we're going to hand to post, and we're not going to investigate it, or we're going to duel it, but we're not going to give them our findings, but we're going to notify them of the complaint. And so, and by the way, I want to make clear, I'm pretty sure on this, there are many, many cases where we're not obligated by law. There's no Nevada revised statute that says you have to do this, but I can see legal liability if you don't. So to say, well, we're going to automatically notify DMV or post, I don't see any law that says that. So That's why I'd like it in there. Does that clarify?
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette? Vice President Caldwell, is your hand back up as well, sir? No, okay, I didn't think so. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. You know, I keep going back and forth. I'll be forthcoming about that because when I read public complaint and resolution procedure, if a public, I think generally speaking, a public complaint can have a simple resolution. For that one instance where it turns into something illegal that happens, maybe that doesn't belong here. But I understand where Trustee Church is coming from. If in fact in the investigation, it's shown that something egregious happened, there needs to be a next step. And to me, that is then it goes external. And I would request that council really help me understand that, because there does seem to be a cliff here that we don't address.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Chief General Counsel, Trustee Church, is your hand still up, or just want to make, nope, we're good. Okay, go ahead. Chief Counsel, please.
Well, again, I'm going to go back to, this is a public complaint by an outside member of the public complaining about an employee. So I kind of think I think we're using an atom bomb on an anthill, because the issue here is the average member of the public is not going to know the license status of a bus driver or anything of that nature, but let's presume they do. Let's presume that they file a complaint because they know John Doe bus driver has an expired license. Then, okay, we'll look into it and it becomes an HR issue. And our HR chief will take over, will investigate. That person will no longer be allowed to drive. If they've lied to us, they'll be subject to discipline, and they'll be subject to follow all of the contract laws that are, and the collective bargaining agreement that applies to that person. So I don't think there's a reckless indifference here, which would be the standard that is being asserted. If anything, we're giving the public more rights to complain about our employees, and we're agreeing to do something about it. And so I really, I mean, I appreciate where everyone's coming from. If we want to put that in there, we have, and you're right, we have no legal requirement unless it's certain types of criminal acts to report a criminal act, but we're not going to, this is a regulation that you're asking the superintendent to adopt. So you're not going to sit in here and write, you must report all criminal activity. And at what level are you going to have to report criminal activity? And, you know, what we would do is refer it to our chief of police, and our chief of police will manage the situation. These are outside public complaints. This is for the parent who was treated rudely by the teacher or something along those lines. This is, I think a lot of what we're talking about are HR issues. I really do. So that would be my take. Again,
Okay, thank you, Counsel. Superintendent McNeil, we've seen a couple of nods, but we haven't had you weigh in on that. Would you mind, please?
No, absolutely. Thank you, President Taylor. And I was just wondering, you know, if you go down on page 2 under governing practices, and maybe this is what Trustee Church, and maybe it would capsulate some of that, but if you look under C, 2C, that was taken out. All complaints will be kept confidential to the extent possible and in compliance with the policies of the district and all state and federal laws. And if we insert that, and I agree with Chief Counsel, I think a lot of this is absorbed through our HR policies and the regulations and statutes. I mean, I go to our teacher licensing. That's covered within statute. So I'm wondering if kind of that general statement would be
With
applicable
that,
to the conversation.
oh, okay. I'll ask for your comments on that in a second. Trustee Church, Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you, Kristen. I think for me personally, that helps me over that cliff, that just that one statement with the laws. I think it makes it so that we're just not trying to, and excuse me, I don't believe this, but others may say we're just trying to hide things. I think that really addresses it, and I appreciate that suggestion.
So what I see you nodding, Trustee Church. So what that would do is that would bring number 2 back into the fold, but the only thing under 2 would be that statement, right? It's 2A. All complaints will be kept confidential. Hang on, Trustee Church. All complaints will be kept confidential to the extent possible, and in compliance with the policies of the district, which brings in whatever policies we already have in place regarding posts, regarding teacher licensure, regarding bus drivers' licensure and them. I know the requirements about them, their license and so on, and state and local law, state and federal laws, which would bring into compliance any kind of criminal activity. So I hear that. That's the recommendation. I hear that, Trustee Church.
Or what I thought I heard, or what I was thinking, was we just add 2 double I. We just undelete 2 double I. Go on down. 2 double I. Right there, bottom of the page. District action relating to complaints, blah, blah, blah. I'm not hearing anything.
Well, again,
Counselor.
a lot of this is going to be in the regulation, and policies are not meant to state stuff that you already have to do. This is the problem with our current policies. They were written in ways that we have to do this anyway. We have to. Okay, what in this do we not have to do? We have to comply with Nevada state law. We all agree on that, right? We all agree that we have to comply with the collective bargaining agreement. We all agree that we have to comply with our employee handbooks. And we all agree that we have to do the policies and regulations. So if I don't have this statement, do we not have to do those things?
And I think my answer is it
Of course not.
provides guidance for the investigator.
Well, but this doesn't, okay.
No. I agree. I don't know that that's necessary because the investigator will get the guidance as the investigator goes on to do the work. Personally speaking, as one trustee, I'm comfortable with reaching to get to C and make that a 2A, which covers that, because it says we're going to keep it confidential. We're going to do what we're supposed to do. In terms of the law, it adds a confidential piece. It kind of meets in the middle. It gets us out of this we don't want to get down too much into the weeds, and we don't want to spend a whole lot of time stating the obvious. And I think that's a place to land in the middle on that. Feedback, trustees? Yes, I see you, counsel.
So what I did is, since we already had let me go back here 1 second. We already have confidentiality, and this language was going to be in the reg. I've taken this and I've cut it, and I think we could just paste it right here as part of D and say, well, I'll work on the lettering, but confidentiality, comma, all complaints will be kept confidential to the extent possible and in compliance with the policies of the district and all state and federal laws, which is the
That's
language.
even cleaner.
Right, which is the language from 2C.
From 2C. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
No, that's even cleaner, and confidentiality is already there, but it just adds a little bit more meat to that bone. So,
right.
Comments on that, Trustee Church? Where are you? You prepared to make a motion, or we're talking in circles of we're not moving forward? We need to move.
I know. I guess I'm comfortable as much as I think it can pass the board. So I guess we're good with it. Do you want a motion?
I would prefer. We need a motion for something.
All righty. If we can go back up so I come, here we are, so I can read it. I make a motion that subsection D, and you're moving the screen on me.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I make a motion that subsection D be amended to state as follows: confidentiality, comma, all public complaints will be kept confidential to the extent possible and in compliance with the policies of the district and all state and federal laws, period.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? I see a hand wave. Okay, I see. Thank you, Trustee Calvert. So this is what we have, that you move that the board policy committee that I'm going to restate this just so that we stay in some consistency, but make sure this is what the intent of your motion is. Okay, Trustee Church?
Yeah.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying clearly. I don't want you coming back saying I said something and you were confused. So listen to me clearly, okay? You move that the board policy committee approves the proposed revisions to board policy 1600 and the amendment to 1D and forwards the policy to a future meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration and for consideration of preliminary approval. Okay, that's the motion. That's clean. That's the motion. Is captured. Are you good? Give me a yes. All right. I wanted that on the record. Thank you, sir. All right. I appreciate that. We want to make sure we can track this stuff. Trustee Calvert, you made the second. You're good?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposition? Oh, I heard that aye. Okay, sorry, Trustee Thigpen, almost cut you off. Okay, hearing none, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Okay. All right, thank you for working through that and helping us get through it, but then get into a place that we can live with. All right, our last policy of the night, agenda item 2.06. As we know, this is a discussion and possible action to recommend revisions to and or forward the proposed revisions.
President
Yes.
Taylor, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I thought, I understood the last action to only involve 1D. Did we adopt the whole thing related to 1600?
Yeah, the motion included, the motion said, I move that the board policy committee approves the proposed revisions to board policy 1600 and the amendment to 1D.
Okay, can we ask Jeannie if that's how she has it? I just want to make sure that the record's
Okay,
clear
nope,
that we,
let's make sure, again, like I said, I want the record straight on all of these, so let's certainly do
Please.
that.
thank you, sorry to interrupt.
Okay,
No, it's okay.
so let me read the original motion. Okay, I move that board policy committee approves the proposed revisions to board policy 1600 with the amendment to section 2D to include the wording, oh gosh.
It was 1D, it was 1D.
Oh, 1D, because it was 2
Mhm.
before. So 2D to include the wording. All my screens have gone black on me.
Okay, he has the wording.
Oh, okay.
Right, counsel, you have the
Yeah.
wording because it's on
Confidentiality and all public complaints will be kept confidential to the extent possible and in compliance with the policies of the district and all state federal laws. Yeah, so the original motion plus the change to that wording. Forward it to the Board of Trustees, to the future regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration of preliminary approval. Does that sound right?
Okay, as long as it has that language that it's being forwarded to the board, I think we're good to go. I apologize. Thank you, President.
No, like I said, I want the record. That's why I'm asking people to speak out. So just to make sure the record is clear, I don't want people not knowing what it is that we're doing. So, all right. And certainly the public needs to know and we need to know. So thank you. And thank you, Jeannie, for capturing that. Good job. Because that was a moving target for a little bit. So thank you. Good job. All right. So now we're going on to agenda item 2.06, discussion and possible action to recommend revisions to and or forward the proposed revisions of board policy 4500, staff freedom of speech and freedom of expression, more specifically to clarify the policy and its purpose to a future regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration of preliminary approval. I'm turning this over to you, Chief General Counsel, I believe. But unmute, please. Unmute.
Man, tough start twice in a row. Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. This is Board Policy 4500. As you know, the board a few months ago now in October asked that we take a look at Board Policy 1310.
I'm sorry, can I just got public comment that came over just now
On which
Okay,
policy?
on board policy on 4500. So do I?
no, not quite yet. I'll let you know when, Jeannie. Thank you for letting me know your
okay.
public comment, though. It's okay.
All right, sorry.
That's
No
all
problem.
right.
No problem. And as you know, the board looked at Board Policy 1310. It became clear to us in legal, as we've discussed previously at last month's Board Policy Committee meeting, that it was also necessary to change Board Policy 4500 as it relates to district employee speech, which we thought was the better policy to deal with the issues that were raised under Board Policy 1310. I want to be clear for the community and the public that the legal department stands by its past interpretations. However, under the old 1310 and the old 4500, however, we were sent out on a mission by the previous board to do 4 things: provide clear definitions to Board Policy 1310, which we then converted over to Board Policy 4500, at least some of those issues. We were sent out to create support for students, which we believe we achieved that with Brave Space, and we believe that it might be further created in this new Board Policy 4500. We were asked to take a look at what other districts did and see if we could come up with a policy that we felt was legally defensible based on other districts. As I've shared with you, we've looked at Buffalo, New York, Eugene, Oregon. These were recommended by a member of the public, and through then trustee Taylor's motion, we were sent out to specifically look at these jurisdictions. Some did not respond, but we did receive responses from Buffalo. We received responses from Eugene, Oregon. We received responses from Ohio, Milwaukee, and Scarborough. We also went ahead and contacted Clark County and received information from them as well. And then the 4th thing that we were supposed to do was create a policy that will allow those in the school to be able to enforce it, quite simply, and really throughout the district, to allow managers to enforce it, supervisors to enforce it, principals to enforce it. So with all of that being said, here is the new proposed Board Policy 4500. And as you can see, I have my notes on this. I am very proud of our legal team. You know, a lot of people don't realize it, but school districts have set out some of the biggest case law in the history of the United States as it relates to First Amendment issues. And this is very, very technical and very, very intense legal research and legal analysis. So we think we've made it simpler, and we hope that the board feels the same. We started with well, as you can see my note, a more succinct statement regarding what we're setting out to do. The I left my notes up here. My team's notes are up here. And you can see our thoughts as we created this, except for deliberative process notes, which we are not required to share, but I wanted to share these with the board. The Board of Trustees acknowledges the right of Washoe County School District employees to speak out on issues of public concern when speaking out as private citizens. However, when those issues are related to the district's school system and its programs, the employee's freedom of expression must be balanced against the interests of the district. This policy intends to help clarify this balance and therefore avoid situations in which an employee's expression can conflict with the district's interests. We then go through and we define freedom of speech, and their old policy had freedom of speech and freedom of expression as 2 separate things, and we just call it all freedom of speech. And you can see we use the word express in our definition. So it's your unspoken word as well as spoken word. We then took the definition from political activity in our new 1310 that we have forwarded to the board, which will be, by the way, so that because we know the public interest is large, at the direction of the superintendent and with the support of the board president, these policies will be heard on March 30th, the second board meeting in March, and it will be board policy 4500 along with board policy 1310. Side note, so this way we can allow the community to really see these items before they go forward. We then adopted a new, something that we haven't had in the district before, and today is not the day to decide this. Today's the day to decide if this is something you want to do. But district speech, and district speech means speech adopted by the Board of Trustees that represents the speech of the district or the district's voice. When we set out to do our research, and again, I still stand by my previous legal opinions, but not mine, mine and my team's legal opinions. We were asked to come up with ways that might allow us to do things that were prohibited in the past by the way the political activity policy was adopted. And in doing so, we found a couple cases out of the Ninth Circuit, the Poway case and the Downs case. And in particular, those two cases talked about that there is a type of speech called district speech. And that district speech is the voice of the district. And the district can adopt things that it wants to do. For example, Eugene allows BLM and things of that nature. So at some point, and again, this is not today because that's not on the agenda, but the board will have to adopt what is its appropriate district speech. What our team has done is we are presenting this to you in a policy so that you can see what it would look like. And then it'll be up to you to decide what that voice is, not up to the superintendent. The superintendent would then be able to adopt administrative regulations pursuant to your adoption of district speech, such as size. Size was a big issue in one of the cases. I can't remember if it was in one of the two cases, Poway and Downs. And anyway, the size of the speech is important as well. So those would be things that would be part of the regulation. Then we define religious clothing. Keep in mind, religious clothing is clothing that is worn in accordance with an employee's sincerely held religious belief, including head coverings, jewelry, emblems, and other types of religious dress. Religious clothing has different protections than other types of speech because it's part of the Establishment Clause, which is also part of the First Amendment, and that it basically says that the government will make no rules to favor one speech over another. This would be discrete items such as, for example, I would just use myself as an example. I am Catholic. I may wear a cross or something of that nature, but it would be of a small nature. So it would not be my place to come in and preach about my faith and wear giant Catholic symbols or something of that nature, but it would be that type of thing. Or you may have somebody who is of the Muslim faith and wants to wear a head covering, and those would be protected. Generally, the policy, so please, if there's any questions, please ask, and I will do my best to answer them as we go through. Generally, the district employees are free to speak as private citizens regarding public concerns. This is a variety of cases, Kohlmeyer and things of that nature out of the First Amendment. I could give you the facts of the case, but it would just bore you all to death. Actually, it's quite a funny case, but we don't have time for that. So basically, district employees are free to speak as private citizens regarding public concerns. We did feel it was necessary to put this in there because we see a lot of this. Personal social network and social media accounts must be kept separate from work-related accounts and district identifiers to preserve the status of private citizen. This comes out of a case, I can't remember what state it was in, but you had a teacher who had a different job at night. That job was not cohesive with being a teacher. That teacher held him or herself out as a teacher on social media, but then also posted about his or her night job, and that resulted in her termination. The court upheld that termination. So If you want to have your personal social network and social media accounts, if you keep them separate as an employee, then then you'll be speaking as a private citizen. If you choose to say on there, I am a teacher in the Washoe County School District, and then go forth and take shots at the school district or do things untoward, then that could be used against you for discipline purposes. The district may limit speech of an employee speaking as a private citizen on public concerns if the district can demonstrate the speech materially and substantially interferes with school activities, the ability to perform assigned duties, other employees' ability to perform assigned duties, or the rights of other employees. So this kind of goes back to the standard Tinker analysis, which is you don't get to come in and interrupt schools. And if you're going to interrupt what we are there to do, which is to teach, then you can be disciplined for that. Speech does or is likely to create substantial interference to the educational mission and or operation of the district. And keep in mind, this is a bullet pointed thing, so you can't do this. And if you do, then it's, even if you're speaking as a private citizen, it can become a district concern. The speech violates a district policy or regulation or a state law or federal law or regulation, including case law that defines the categories of unprotected speech: vulgarity, obscenity, defamation, threats, hate speech, promotion of violence, and promotion of illegal substance. There's a case called Hardwick out of South Carolina, although it's not part of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. I believe it is the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. It really lays out the First Amendment standards in the United States for free speech issues in public schools. And the court in that case, which cites to multiple cases from the U.S. Supreme Court, which we are obligated to follow, that there is certain speech up front that is not protected. And that speech is vulgarity, obscenity, which I guess those are one and the same, so maybe we could take vulgarity out. But nonetheless, defamation, threats, hate speech, promotion of violence, and promotion of illegal substance, which is why we put those in there. When employees engage, and I'm sorry, I'm just reading this to you. I hope this is okay, President Taylor. I just don't know a better way of presenting this. So if you want me to go fast.
I can't think of one either. And I think this certainly has enough interest that we want to make sure that we as a board, and there are significant changes because of the work that was done. I'd rather make sure we don't leave anybody behind in this. So.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
So thank you.
I should have asked that earlier.
No, that was okay.
Thanks. When employees engage in speech as district employees, they are not speaking as private citizens. And this is important. So this is, the best example is, and I don't mean to sound like I'm picking on teachers, but it is the best example, right? You're standing up in front of a class and you're speaking to students. You're not speaking as Mr. Rombardo, the teacher. You're speaking as part of the district, and you need to follow district curriculum and things of that nature, which you'll see here. So we wanted to make that clear. When you are engaged in speech as district employees, you are not speaking as private citizens, and the speech is not protected by the First Amendment. So, and then we list what that is. Any speech during work, while performing work for the district, or while engaged in any work-related activity is not made as a private citizen, but rather as a public employee of the district. If employees identify themselves as a district employee while engaging in speech, it's a little hard to read because of the deletions. The employees are not speaking as private citizens. And then going down, we moved this personal social networking up. We felt it fit better up above, as you know. The district seeks, again, we felt like this was redundant. This is the whole purpose of the policy. We didn't need this clause here. It's a great clause. I mean, it's right, but that was our purpose statement above. In fact, I think I might have even moved some of that language up above. Again, this is great. I agree with the First Amendment of the Constitution, but we all have to follow it. So what we're doing is we're adopting a policy, and maybe this is important to say right here, so I guess I'm going to say it. What we're doing is we're adopting a policy on saying how we are going to carry out the First Amendment based on the case law that has been adopted throughout the United States, and by the United States Supreme Court, and by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which we are obligated to follow. And of course, I referred to our Hardwick case, which is my personal favorite. And And so that's what this policy is. So we don't need to say things like we're going to follow the Constitution. Of course, we're going to follow the Constitution. It kind of goes back to our discussion before. So we took those things out. They're not necessary. We're going to follow the Constitution. We have to. We're a government. If a lot of people miss this, but I shouldn't say that. I don't know if a lot of people miss this. In my interpretation, a lot of people miss this. The Constitution exists to do one thing, limit government. If you read it, that's what it does. The First Amendment says that government shouldn't impose on your First Amendment rights. Your employer can. And that's what we're doing here, is as an employer, this is what is acceptable for us. Anyway, so we took this language out about the Constitution because we just didn't feel it was necessary. Of course, we're going to do that. And it's great language. Founding fathers did a heck of a job. When district employees speak, so we're now on 4. When district employees' speech directly relates to their jobs or duties, the speech is not protected speech. Therefore, specific issues, concerns, or grievances regarding district employees' work are not considered matters of public concern. This would be if I have a complaint against Superintendent McNeil, since I'm a direct report to her, and sorry, Superintendent McNeil, I don't have a complaint, but let's just pretend I did. It's not appropriate for me to take that to the public. It's appropriate for me to take that to her or to possibly the president of the board, but it's definitely not okay for me to take it public. And if I do, that's not protected speech, and I can be disciplined for that. And frankly, I think I should be. And so that's what that provision is going to. Freedom of speech is not a defense for harassment, sexual harassment, discrimination, or the intimidation of another person. This type of speech is not protected by the constitutional right of freedom of speech and may subject the speaker to discipline as an employee. You know, did we need to say that? Maybe not. Is it an abundance of caution? Yeah, it is. We don't want people acting this way. We have multiple policies on it, and we're going to make it clear you don't get to come back and say it's part of the First Amendment. Is that, like, again, is it required? Maybe not, but it's kind of similar to Trustee Church's analysis on the last policy, which was, hey, I want to make this clear. And so we put that in there. We made that change in paragraph D. Similarly, we're just making it clear. And so that's what that is. This language here that I'm circling in green was moved up above because it fit better in the way we had written the statute. This was the definition, as I said, that talked about freedom of expression and the difference between free speech and freedom of expression. The courts are pretty clear. If you use the word freedom of speech, that is verbal as well as nonverbal, so expression would apply. Then we created, so we took so as we shared with you last time, the political activity section from in 1310 morphed over time, and it went from a political activity in schools and that we don't want political activities in schools to being a policy that addressed HR issues. And that was one thing I failed to mention. If you noticed above, we switched this from the Office of the General Counsel. I don't know why this would be one of our policies. We don't really enforce policies. We advise the offices and departments that do enforce policies. And so this is now being moved to HR. Again, the 4,000 series of our board policies deal with personnel, deal with our employees. This is going over to HR with, and I've already told Emily, we're here to assist her, of course. We get that this is complex stuff, but this is an HR issue. And so that's what we're doing here. And so what we did is we took the political activity section in 1310 that expanded to handle employees and moved it over here where it makes more sense in the 4,000 series as opposed to the 1,300, which is really our communication series and how the district is going to communicate with folks outside of the district. So looking at political activity here, district employees are prohibited from political activity unless speaking as a private citizen on a public concern. So the basic rule is you don't get to have political activity as an employee while you're being an employee unless you're speaking as a private citizen on a public concern, all the things we've talked about up above. If I'm in my private state and I'm talking about a public concern, then I can do political activity. But if I'm a teacher, if it's me, if it's you, well, not you because you're trustees, you're elected. Superintendent McNeil, et cetera. So district employees may not give the impression they are speaking on behalf of the district on an issue that amounts to political activity unless specifically delegated to do so by the superintendent. And the issue must relate to district matters. So again, you don't get to speak out as a district employee on political activity, except the superintendent, Lindsay Anderson, right? So that's why we have that little language in there at the end. On district matters, you bet, we get to go and have a position. The board recognizes the duty, and this comes from, if I recall, Buffalo. Yeah, pieces come from Buffalo. Oh yeah, my team and I pieced this together from Clark County, Nevada, Buffalo, New York, and the Ohio, what is it called? Ohio School Board Association. And we were pretty happy with this. We think we beat all three of them with the way this came out, so we hope you feel the same. The board recognizes the duty to introduce students to political issues. The discussion of political issues is encouraged at all levels, but district educators are required to instruct on both sides of an issue and avoid advocating for one side of an issue over another and or imposing their own political views. So what we thought about, and as we shared with you in other discussions, is not as a group, as small groups or as individuals, just for the record. As we discussed, we thought there needed to be a controversial issue portion to this policy, and this is it. And what we're saying is there's something big going on. Sure, you should talk about it. It should be age appropriate. It should be part of, district approval. The district has a say over it. It should be, but we encourage that. You don't get to advocate your own position. You have to give both sides of the issue, and you don't get to put your own political point of view on there. And so we thought this came out really well. We were pleased with that as a part of covering controversial issues. The next part is, again, it's the district's past practice to have adopted a lot of language that was pulled out of cases and things of that nature. We already have to comply with that. This actually right here that I'm circling comes right out of the Tinker standard. You can see we even cited it. We're going to follow Tinker. We have to. In fact, Tinker, although Tinker is actually specific to students, it's not even specific to employees, although it's been used by courts down the road for employees. We don't think it's necessary to state that in here. We've already adopted that standard above, and so we took that out. Obviously, we feel a lot of this language isn't necessary. I'm not going to go through it unless you specifically ask me why we don't think it's necessary. Okay, I'm going to just keep moving. We covered social media above. So academic freedom, educator, and actually, here's our controversial issues one. I'm sorry. So the section above had to do with giving political activity, but not giving your point of view and giving both sides of the issue. Here's where we have the controversial issues, which we use from Oregon. Academic freedom. Educators may speak out about a subject related to the district-approved curriculum, raise questions related to the curriculum, and select approved materials and methods related to the curriculum. Educators should consider the age and maturity of students when engaging in such topics. Controversial issues. Educators may engage in conversations regarding controversial issues of public interest in the news or outside the curriculum, if relevant to their class. So that comes from a case out of Poway where a math teacher was preaching about the Bible. Well, that obviously doesn't fit in his class. I mean, you can make that case that it might fit into a civics class, but you can't be unrelated to your class, okay? Educators must recognize their influence on students. Thus, these conversations are not opportunities to promote or advocate personal values or beliefs regarding politics, religion, or other cultural issues. The role of educators is to facilitate conversations about issues in an inclusive environment and create safe spaces for students to make sense of the world around them. Educators should consider the age and maturity of students when engaging in such topics. We added some of that and changed some of it, but that was basically from Eugene, Oregon, which was one of the jurisdictions we were asked to look at. Publications, this is required by a statute that was passed 2 legislative sessions ago. Although I disagree with the statute, it is what it is. It was passed by our state legislature, and so there's not much we can do. We did clean this language up here. A district employee acting as an advisor for a student publication shall not be subject to discipline when the employee acts in a responsible and appropriate manner to protect a student engaged in protected free speech or expression related to the publication. Then we have our religious provision, and this is just some minor cleanup. We did make it clear the district does not restrict the wearing of religious clothing. We took out the word jewelry and made that part of the definition of clothing above. That does not substantially interfere with the educational environment. So this would be a place where we would need a regulation adopted by the superintendent, which our team will do for her along with Emily. We wanted to make sure this gets passed before we worked on the substance of a regulation, because it would be a big waste of time if the board doesn't like this for us to work on a regulation. We encourage our employees to express patriotism to the United States by reciting the pledge. We cannot make them. There is a case out of Iowa that if it's part of the curriculum for a student in the lower level, I believe that was a first grade teacher in that case, that actually the teacher can be disciplined for not standing. We don't adopt that here in Nevada. At least we haven't as of yet. But anyway, interesting, but we do encourage it. But nonetheless, we can demand that they are at least respectful. So here it is. Here's what we feel is the big shift that we haven't done in the Washoe County School District before. We're excited to present to you. Again, not for today, but for the future, that this will need more substance. And we think it will be on the March 30th would be the game plan. You'll need to guide the superintendent on what's okay for you as a board and what's not okay for you as a board, or if you even want this at all. District speech. District employees may use district speech. Again, remember how that's defined. It's the voice of the district at work. District employees are not permitted to provide an alternate point of view to district speech adopted by the board. So you need your adoption. Support in the form of posters, placards, bulletin boards, and similar displays on district property for the civil rights of students in protected classes and that support district anti-discrimination policies is permissible district speech. So you've definitely given the superintendent some guidance right there in A. This is actually federal law. We dug around, we feel good about this. We feel, the problem is what's the substance? What are these posters, placards? That's where you're going to need to assist the superintendent. Speech in opposition to the civil rights of students in protected classes is prohibited. Feel good about that. And then finally, 11, the superintendent has authority to adopt administrative regulations necessary to further implement the provisions of this policy. And I don't really think we need this, actually. I thought about that because it's already in our board policy 9070. So I would like to take the liberty to delete off the notification. We hate extra words in the law office. And then beyond that, the rest is just cleaned up. I don't think we need to talk about that. So that's it. We hope this meets what the board set out for us to do. And we hope that you pass it. And we look forward to a discussion and your changes and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief General Counsel. I will take this moment to ask the board to just take a minute to look over at your email. Get out of full screen if you need to on your computer, or pull up your phone, whatever you need to, so we can read the public comments that have come in since this discussion has started. While we're doing that, Jeannie, is there a public comment that came in before the meeting today those are names that we want to read into the record?
No, the only public comment is what I just started sending over that came over just now.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind reading those names as we read the comments, that would be great. That way those names are on the record.
Okay, we received public comment from Chulon McKinley, Hannah Branch, Drew Tilbrook, Caroline Branch, Vanessa Medina, and Maureen Heath. That's all I have right now.
Okay,
I sent over one other one, but it was empty, so I'm not going to read the name.
Okay.
Had nothing in it.
Excuse me. Okay. That someone, if you sent something and it was empty, and you're listening, then you may want to resend it so the board can have it for consideration. I will say all of these comments that are sent in, they will be a part of the record as well. The comments will be, the public comments will be as customary, but when I ask to read those names, that's just so those names as well will be part of the record. Yes, Council, I see you.
Just as a side note, if you may recall, President Taylor, if that was our public comment period, we'll close it now. And then any other public comments that come in from this point forward should be read by the board during the general public comment period at the close of the meeting, so that we aren't getting inundated throughout the meeting, distracting our deliberations. That's on our website and on our agendas to make it clear how this works. So it's up to you when you want to close public comment. I just suggest that you say at some point we're closing it, we'll consider that stuff down at the general public comment period.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so what we will do, just for those who may be watching, we're going to give you just a couple more minutes on public comment. In fact, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a 5-minute recess just for tending to our own personal needs, whatever that might be. In addition, just know for the public, if you're listening, it is 4:44 on my computer, 4:45, perfect. At 4:50, we'll resume and public comment will then be closed. So you have 5 minutes to continue public comment. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. All right. What I'm going to just start with, welcome back. Let's see if we have enough people for 1, 2, 3. We have enough for a quorum, so we can go ahead and get started. So just as a reminder, public comment on this specific issue is now closed. The general public comment will happen one more time before we end at the conclusion of the meeting. So we thank you for that work, Chief General Counsel, getting through this, helping us clean this up. We're going to start with some discussion from the general public comment is now closed. Now let's take a minute to actually read it. Want to make sure we do this. Make sure we take a minute to actually read it. And if more names came in during this time, Jeannie, would you mind reading them into the record as well?
There were no more names during the recess.
Okay, thank you.
So you've got them all.
Okay, so just take a couple minutes. All right, everybody. Hopefully you've had an opportunity, some pretty comprehensive public comments, and a lot of them come in from our students. It's always great to hear from our students. So now public comments, certainly, just once again, as a reminder, officially closed. We will go ahead and begin our conversation. I see your hand up, Trustee Thigpen, so we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two things. First, and this is probably a question for council, we've seen this come in the public comments we've received. Can you explain why we removed the word partisan from the definition of political? I think it's on the first page. I think I understand it, but I just want to make sure it's on record.
Can you tell us where? Can you help us a little bit right here?
I think that they're referring to number. See the comment there on the right. Remove the word partisan. And yeah.
Okay, let's follow the arrow. Okay, all right. I just want to help to narrow, like I was asking Trustee Church, help us narrow this down. All right, please, counsel, if you would.
Yeah. Basically, we copied the Hatch Act, and this is our definition from 1310 that we just adopted. but we removed the word partisan political office because certain positions in the state aren't partisan. There's judges that aren't partisan. In some counties, the DA is not partisan, and the district doesn't want political activity of any kind. You know, if you use the word partisan, it could allow a loophole. I think is the best way to put it.
That's my understanding. I agree with that. I think any sort of political office, as you've defined it, you know, we're basically doing a blanket, like not allowed, right?
Yep.
Okay.
If I may just on that, if I may just on that. So basically, really, by saying political, it includes partisan and otherwise. It is really more comprehensive. Okay. All right.
Partisan
Thank you.
and nonpartisan.
Just wanted the clarity in that. Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Thigpen.
And my second part on number 10 on page 7, where we're talking about district speech.
Let me get there. Sorry.
No worries.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, so first of all, great job to your team. I think this is way better than what I was trying for on 1310.
Well, it was inspirational. We did print yours off, so.
Well, I'm glad it was somewhat useful. I do wonder, and I know your team has done a great job of reducing all the definitions and all of that, but for the sake of being clear, I wonder if and this will be an amendment, after it says protected classes, I wonder, because I have a feeling people in the community are going to ask, well, what is that? How do we define protected classes? I think we should add a comma and then add the words as defined by the most current definitions under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And that would also accomplish a second thing in my mind of, if that act gets updated, we know that sexual orientation was added after a Supreme Court ruling, then we would always be up to date with that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'd have to, because I know our state has different definitions, right? Doesn't it? Different levels of different protected classes.
I think we do.
I believe. Yeah. I was going to say, I believe the state does.
Should we instead then say to follow state and federal guidelines?
For the civil rights of students and protected in
protected classes, comma, I don't know if you would say conjunction with state and federal.
Or as defined by, is what you're looking for, something like that?
Yes, as defined by the state and federal government.
Or in state and federal regulations. I'm just trying to make the statement.
Yeah.
Like that?
I think that, yeah, I think that would cover it, because that is just saying we're pulling our protected classes from these two sources, right?
So I highlighted it, President Taylor, right here in gray, and
yes.
Trustee Thigpen, that would be your request. I think that meets what you said.
Well, thank you. Because what I was going to do is say this not make the change until we know that, till there's a motion and a vote and so on this particular topic. So what I want to do is that so let's have some conversation on this now. So before we go on, I see other hands. Dr. Nicolette, I saw you, and then Trustee Church, I saw you. So let's have comments on this specific item of conversation that's located and that's found in 10A before we open up for and look at whatever other questions or anything else that might be out there. So I see Trustee Church and Dr. Nicolette, your hand was already up for this. Would you like it up? Okay, it's down now. Trustee Church, would you like to make a comment on this specifically?
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
I just started
sir, and then hang on, we'll go with on this here, and then we'll go to Trustee Caldo, and I know you have other comments as well, okay? But we're just looking at this one right now.
Yeah, this particular one, I just didn't want to emphasize, we have state law, NRS 233010. We have a new bill, SJR 8, that could change everything, as well as federal law. And the only other thing I'd throw in, just a what if the county adopted a ordinance on civil rights? We might. So how much do we want to muddy the waters?
No.
Okay, thank you for that, Trustee Church.
Well,
Vice President Cottle? Oh, I'm sorry, you want to respond to that, Chief General Counsel?
I thought it was a question, and
Please.
the county doesn't the county doesn't get to adopt its own definition as it relates to civil rights. As a side note, and so I just put that out there.
Okay, thank you, Chief General Counsel. Then just as a reminder, everyone, now that we're back in session, make sure you're muted unless you are going to be providing a statement or something like that. That's for everyone. Just make sure you're muted. Okay, Vice President Cottle, I think you want to respond to this specific suggestion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. To this specific suggestion, it seems sound. I think for me, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of district speech right now. I don't know how we are going to get to a place that represents our community. I think it's just going to cause a lot of headache and conflict. That this is a tough one. I know we're not discussing what district speech is, but the idea is it's foreign to me. It's just a little uncomfortable because we have such a wide, diverse community as a public school system. We're supposed to be inviting to everyone. And I know that we have the Brave Space, and I know we have student organizations that we provide support to all of our students. So I know this is an amendment on this, and I think the amendment itself, it makes perfect sense, but I think the idea for me is uncomfortable.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Cottle. Let's if we can at this point keep the conversation on the amendment, right, and then keep that separate from the overall. If we can do that, since that's where the focus is, why don't we start with that, and then we kind of build out from there. Okay, Trustee Church, you have another comment on this?
Wouldn't it be more appropriate under B instead of A? A is restrictive to posters and similar.
I can respond. I think I had it at A because that's where the first mention is of protected classes.
That answer your question, Trustee Church?
It still looks better under B.
Okay, all right. That's your recommendation. Dr. Nicolette, your hand's back up. You have something on this?
Yes, thank you. The more I look at that speech, this is district employee speech. I don't know, back to 10A and B. In B, speech in opposition to the civil rights of students, civil rights of anyone. I mean, students, yes, extremely important, but, an employee, if an employee's speech is in direct opposition to a fellow employee, then, or parent, or etc., especially a student, because they're typically 18 or under, then I'm not so sure that's the place that I want to see us identify only students. It's just my thought.
Okay, so that's on the same area. So what you're saying is I'm trying to go to I'm trying to take these one step at a time. So the first step we're looking at is adding some definition, if you will. Will you go ahead and highlight that part once again, Chief General Counsel, as defined by state and federal laws? So the first proposed change we're looking at is just that. Let's just stay with that piece for now, right? Just with that piece for now, and not because anything else isn't valuable, because of course it is. But I want to be able to build this out. So let's start with this piece. Anything else on that specific comment right there? Yes, Dr. Nicolette.
Sorry, I did it again.
Okay. No problem. No problem. But now, but I know we're going to come back because we have a couple of things out there. One from you as well as from Vice President Cottle on this as a whole. So we're here at this piece to add the definition there. Any further discussion on that? If not, then Kurt, either looking for a motion from you, or we'll move on to another question or concern on this.
I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm sorry, I should say trustee Thigpen. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. I motion that the board policy committee adopt the addition to 10A of policy 4500 to include the words after the first mention of protected classes, to include as defined by state and federal law. Does that work?
Mm-hmm. It sure does. It's your motion. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second,
Okay,
Diane.
it's been moved and seconded, moved by trustee Thigpen, seconded by trustee Nicolette, that in 10A, the definition is provided to clarify what protected classes, what that includes. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. So that is a change that will indeed take place. If it's okay with you, trustee Caudill, I'd like to go to trustee Nicolette's first, because it's a little simpler, and I think yours, we're going to have more of a dialogue about that, if you will, more philosophical. So trustee Nicolette, I'm going to come back to you and ask if that's a motion you would like to make at this time, that this isn't district speech, is not limited to students, but includes, and then I'm looking for this is what your intention is around that. Dr. Nicolette?
Yes. I guess to keep it simple, and I would look to Neil maybe to ensure that it's what I'm trying to say. Speech in opposition to the civil rights of any employee, student, or community member in protected classes is prohibited.
Maybe in any member of the Washington County School District community, or it may go beyond that. So maybe I look to council, that may help.
Yeah, we could definitely add something in. I would just point out that we've already protected the civil rights of co-employees and those above. That was the whole section. Bear with me, I have to find it, but the whole section regarding harassment and stuff, that's all civil rights issues. So we've already said that. The reason why we drafted 10, so you remember that, right? So do I need to find that, or are you good with that?
No,
Remember we said no harassment, defamation. Okay. So the reason why we drafted 10 the way we did is because we were faced with a old policy that did not allow for support of because it was deemed as political activity. This is a way to change support for and celebrate those who come from protected classes in a different way and not as political activity. And so that is why we drafted it this way. Keep in mind, this is your speech being the district speech. And this is an area where you have made it clear to the superintendent that we want to be able to do posters, placards, bulletin boards. That comes from the Poway case, the bulletin boards. And so just because you're saying we want to do this doesn't mean you're still willing to allow the other thing, to disparage folks and to offend other folks' civil rights. But what you're saying is this is what we want to allow as part of our speech. So I don't know if that's necessary. We can surely add it, but what we really were trying to get at is, and we learned this from Buffalo and talking to them, the Buffalo School District, which was one of the districts we were sent to, is the word that I found this fascinating. I hope you do too. The word that we hear in case law and things of that nature is this is a way to be tolerant. And Buffalo's like, we don't tolerate, we celebrate. And so that's what we were trying to carve out for you. How can we celebrate our students and support our students? And it has to be student-based. The federal case law is pretty clear on that. Your curriculum has to be student-based and stuff. So I don't want to, so I guess I'd be leery about watering it down. I'm not suggesting that we should violate other civil rights, but we want to celebrate those who are in protected classes, right? That's at least the theory of this. And so
I really thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm okay with us identifying students. I guess, you know, you bring up a really good point, Neil. This is a very, what you cannot do, negative. And so would celebrate not fit here because it's just not the way a policy should read?
well, yeah, I don't think it should read that way, but it doesn't mean you can't pass a resolution or when you take action to tell the superintendent what speech is, you can say, we want it to be celebratory. But I don't think you put that into a policy.
All right.
So that would be my take. But let me also point out that 10A does say support, you know, and so it's saying the district wants speech adopted by that supports in the form of posters, placards. So I feel like support is the legal word for celebrate. So
Okay.
that would be my thoughts, but thank you.
I understand. And I have several more, but I will stop now and let someone else speak. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't have a motion in terms of that. So why don't we go to Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a good time to talk this through because we don't have any details in front of us to kind of cloud our thoughts about it, but just the idea itself. And I struggle with it because when we think about our school district, we think about 62,000 students, 8,000 employees in a county of almost 500,000 people. How are we going to define what district speech is when we have so many stakeholders? And I get nervous about that, and I get nervous about us defining that unless there's going to be a very robust process to get feedback on what district speech should be. And it's a new idea, and I'm glad it was brought forward, but I'm nervous about what comes next, and how do we represent everyone in a very defined way? Because this policy talks about the staff speech, and I know that this is a very it's a hot topic in our community. And so I know you talk about brace-based excellent students, clubs, excellent students. This is staff. And I get nervous with us opening a door that we can't close, which is what concerns were last year about with 1310, that we have a fine line that we have to walk. And as soon as you allow some of it, you allow all of it. And when we're talking about what's defined as district speech, I think about that in that context. So I'm curious what others say, but I do think it's a slippery slope, and it's a very fine line that we will walk that could be hard to deal with down the road.
Well, thank you, Vice President Cottle. I see some other hands. We'll go with Trustee Thigpen and then Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely understand the concern from Vice President Cottle, and I kind of had a little bit of that feeling when I saw the comment that the board will have to decide what's acceptable. But in thinking more about it, I think we've already established some district speech already, and some of the things that we've passed. I mean, especially the anti-racism action plan, that in itself, in my mind, is district speech, saying this is what we as a district stand, for, and these are our values. So I think that is still in line with what's outlined here. I think certainly I know, and President Taylor, you like to say this, we need to have the guardrails right. And I feel comfortable with where this is. I think it's a starting point. And I think, as Neil even mentioned, it's something we're going to have to keep discussing. But I think fundamentally, I think we already have district speech. It just wasn't labeled that. So just kind of my thoughts around that.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette?
Yeah, I think what alerts me when I read the definition, number 3, district speech, is that means speech adopted by the Board of Trustees. And I don't believe that that's our role, to adopt speech. I feel very strongly about that. That we are, I think about the talking points that we've been given, and they're absolutely wonderful because it helps me understand, it helps me be consistent with district speech. Having said that, there's sometimes when I might inject, further definition of a talking point. And I just think this is a slippery slope, especially when we use the term adopted by the Board of Trustees. I don't believe that's what we should be doing.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I see some other hands here. Back to Vice President Cottle and then Trustee Manetto.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to respond to what Trustee Thigpen said, and I think it's a really good point that was brought up about speech has already been established. Where I see a difference is that a lot of the things that we've done have been solely about the student. And in this policy, we're talking about what staff can express in the schools. And this is where families get nervous because their kids are in their classrooms and they want to make sure that the teachers are having appropriate speech in their classes. And so that's where I see it as being, it may be a slight difference in policy and words, but in practice, I think it's a really big difference. I do think that we've done great work. We've heard some things, we've done great work in making sure that students are protected and that students are supported. And that's why I think I've brought a few times that the brave space is so important, because students have that support and it will be visible to them. They know who they can talk to because there's going to be some sort of something that is displayed. So students know that person is here for me if I need them. And that's student centered. Where I get nervous is that this is staff centered. And I love our staff, I support our staff, but we also got to make sure that we have clear guidelines to avoid things down the road. And so, but I do think it's a good point, a valid point that was brought up, that we have done some things already. I just see it as a little bit different as what are we doing for students and what are we doing to support our staff? I think there are times we need to support both. There are times where, okay, staff, this is what we need you to do in support of our students. Because we want all of our students, when they're sitting in their classrooms, we feel comfortable. There's nothing worse than a student sitting in their classroom feeling like my teacher doesn't support me, therefore I can't speak, I can't do anything, or else I might get a bad grade. And there is nothing worse than that feeling. And I've worked with students who have felt that. And so I think we just got to be careful. And we aren't talking about what that is. So it may end up being fine in the long run, but I think right now it makes me a little uneasy. But Trustee Thigpen, I appreciate those comments.
Thank you, Vice President Cottle. Trustee Manetto.
I would, thank you, Madam President. I would agree with Vice President Cotto and Trustee, can't think of anybody's name, Nicolette, in that I think it's a slippery slope. We need to focus on our kids, and it just seems kind of scary to me, and it's too broad right now in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Manetto. Before I go back to you, Trustee Thigpen, I want to weigh in on this a little bit. I think that I like the concept of district speech. Let me certainly say that, and it's new for me as well. Um, but I certainly understand where it has a place. I do think it has a place here with us. The work as around as us defining what that is, so it isn't left up to district administration. I will say that the concerns, and I certainly hear the concerns of parents. They want to be comfortable about what teachers are saying in the classroom. That's what number 2 under policy is. That's not what district speech is. Number 2 under policy is what determines what teachers can say in the classroom as a public, as a private citizen versus as a and then you go down further versus as an employee of the district. I don't think that falls in district speech at all, quite frankly. I think 2 and 3 defines that. And so if there's a level of discomfort, it should come from whatever's outlined in 2 or 3. I don't think the concept of district speech should lend that. Wow, I just don't know. What my teacher's saying. I don't think that's the same thing. I think the concept of district speech is what is the messaging? What has the board said? What are the important messages that the board has said that the board believes is important for us as a district? And I would also agree with what Trustee Thigpen said, in that the board has said a lot in terms of it may feel as though we're adopting a speech, but really we adopt messaging around the speech or the message that, or what it is that we as a board would like to stand for. Where those guys, we do that all the time. We do that all the time. So it isn't like we're going to adopt speech. Boom. It's not. We do. It could be that way, and maybe some districts have chosen it that way. I think what's better for us is to look at what have we already said is district speech. We have said a lot about that speech that we want to represent us as a district, how we want to support kids. Part of how we ended up back here, and one of the directions that the previous board gave to the chief legal counsel and his team, and he referred to it, is we want to make it very, very clear that students know that they're supported. That's speech. To me, that is part of what encompasses district speech. Not we're going to have a big forum and ask everybody what they want to, because I agree with you, Trustee Carver, that's unwieldy. We have almost 500,000 people. We're never going to land on anything. I would absolutely agree with that. And I don't think that's what, I don't think that's what we need to do, because we won't get anywhere from that. I think what we need to do is let's encapsulate what we have said as a board, right? This is some messaging that's important to us. And some of that we've already chatted with. We don't want to discriminate against people. And we said, hey, look at, based upon, we already adopted that change, right? Based upon what's defined in terms of protected classes. That's speech. That's us saying we want to stand by that. This is us saying we want to make sure that things in the classroom are not political or partisan, or that's us saying something. There's a lot of district speech that we've even talked about here. Right. So I think we may, because it's so new for all of us, I think we may be giving it more of a presence, if you will, than we need to as a district. We can define what that is. And I don't think that requires us going further or in a different direction than what we have already done in decisions that we've made. So, Trustee Thigpen, and then I see you, Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. And I agree with your sentiments as well. And I just wanted to add, and it looks like Neil has highlighted here, that this will help our students. It is ensuring that our teachers and the people that are around our students are able to support them. And I'll give you an example of my own lived experience. I was a senior in high school. This is 2008, so it's not that long ago. And I had a pastor for a history teacher, nothing against pastors, but day one, we're talking about how man made it to North America, all the theories. I'm in the front of the class, and he goes over the Adam and Eve theory, right? And he proceeds to even say, and it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve children. And at that point in time, I had nothing, as a gay person, had no one to turn to. I went to administration. They're just like, sorry, can't do anything about it. He's retiring this year, so nothing was done. This will help protect students like I was back then. it will help protect them now by ensuring that some rogue teacher down the road can't say something, some rogue principal can't say or do anything against a protected class. And that our, like Trustee Cottle mentioned earlier, that it helps support our brave spaces so that teachers can, you know, show, hey, I'm supportive of this, you can talk to me. I think there's many things that this will help with, you know, with our students feeling that support. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Let me unmute. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette.
I think the word adopted just doesn't fit to what I believe we're trying to say. Trustee Angie, I really liked the word you used, messaging. If we could add that somehow, rather than adopt, support. I don't believe that we should be adopting, but we certainly can support rhetoric, discussion, conversation, speech, etc., that respects the dignity and worth of any human being. And so if we can just get rid of that word adopt, and maybe rather than calling it district speech, district messaging, I know that's mincing words, but district speech to me sounds almost like drinking the Kool-Aid. And so if we can get rid of adopt and exchange it for support, I then could personally be comfortable.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Other comments on this? We just started with a concern / question from Vice President Cottle. Is there any direction, any motion, anything like that after having these conversations, Vice President Cottle, that you're willing to go forward with? If not, what I'll probably do is pivot to what Dr. Diane Nicolette said about the adopted and going to the board adopted, and maybe a different way of saying speech or something. Vice President Cottle?
Yeah, all that I'll say, it seems like it's the will of the board to keep it. I'm personally still uncomfortable with it, but I hope that when it comes to being, I'll be comfortable with the end product, because we obviously haven't defined district speech. And I just think that, you know, down the road for the superintendent and the staff, we just got to be mindful that we just got to make sure whatever we decide, that every public student and family feels that what we're doing invites them in, because we don't want people leaving our school district based on decisions that we make. And so I still am uncomfortable with the idea. I'd be interested to see what Trustee Nicolette wants to propose, but I hope when it's all said and done that I'll be comfortable. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Trustee Cottle, Vice President Cottle. What I would say is this: I don't only want to land on something that where people feel like, you know, all means all. You guys have heard me say that before. Inclusion means everybody. All means all. That doesn't exclude anybody. I don't want that to be where we land because people leave the district. I want that to be the way where we land, because that's how we want to treat people, right? We want people to feel that way. That you know, we can never land on one thing that's going to do everything. But the thing that we don't want to do is to do something that we know is going to make people feel as though, you know, they aren't included. All does not mean them, because all should absolutely mean all in that. So we'll go. Let's see. We want to go. Diane, your hand is still up. Trustee Nicolette. Before I see, and I also see your hand, Trustee Church. And I think, Trustee Church, you want to weigh in on this specific issue, or you want to bring up another issue, sir?
This specifically, I just don't understand exactly what Vice President Cottle wants. I'm very open-minded to this. I just don't understand exactly what does he propose to take it out? Can he explain that?
Vice President Cottle, thank you, Trustee Church.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with the entire concept. We just don't know what it's going to land on. So there isn't a specific proposal, because that's not what we're discussing here today. I'm not comfortable with the concept of the Board of Trustees determining what our speech is going to be in our public school district.
Okay, so your proposal is to take it out? I guess I'm gonna go with trustee Church. Let's narrow this down a little bit. Is there a proposal, or what are you thinking?
I'm just listening, but I'm kind of confused, but I'm just listening and trying to decide.
Mhm.
Yeah,
No,
so
I guess I was pointed more so. I understand that, trustee Church. Thank you. I was pointed more so towards Vice President Cottle. What is there a proposal you're making from it, or?
yeah, so I was just listening to the comments, and I generally don't make motions that I feel like are dead in arrival. I personally don't like this at this point in time. I mean, I'm not going to make a motion to get rid of it because from the discussion, it sounds like it's supportive,
Understand?
but I'll hold off on that right now.
Okay. Okay. I hear you. I'm going to ask legal counsel just for a moment, as since your team did a lot of the work surrounding this, and this is a topic that you're introducing to us, which is certainly new for us. You have any comments on what was already said? Anything you want to share that might help kind of shed some light on some of the concerns from Vice President Call and Trustee
Yeah,
Manetto as well?
yeah, sure. It is, it isn't, it's a fascinating legal topic. It really is. And from my perspective is I get the difficulty and I understand the point of view. And that's why we tried to be, we found those two cases, the Poway and Downs case, Poway more specifically. In that case, the teacher had a bulletin board that was approved by the district. It was the district speech. It was approved by the Board of Trustees to have this. And it was a bulletin board outside of his classroom that was to show support for LGBTQ plus community. And the teacher across the hall chose to oppose that and put up his or her own bulletin board that was against LGBTQ plus community, or not against it, but just similar to the things that Trustee Thigpen. And the case was pretty clear that the district said this is okay and this isn't. So we can't change the term district speech to district messaging. That won't work because the federal case law is pretty clear. It's got to be a speech. And I don't want to, if we get sued, we need to be able to defend you. I do understand the struggle. I do think it's difficult, but I also think that's why we made it. Our goal was to attempt to make it fit in something that we thought the board would appreciate, which is the civil rights of students. And that's pretty narrow. And if you look at what we chose, posters, placards, bulletin boards, similar displays, we limited what the display would be. It would be, we don't think it's appropriate to wear it on your dress. We still think that would be a violation of the freedom of speech. And we don't think it's our job to control how people dress. So except for that, it should be professional. We don't think it should be painted on all of the walls, but we also do think that there's a place for it with the posters, the placards, the bulletin boards, and similar displays. And that comes out of the case law, and that's why we felt comfortable making this recommendation. But I get it. This is not a place where the board has delved before. And I really respect everyone's point of view on this. And we were trying to come up with what we felt would be the most comfortable policy. And I guess your comfort isn't what's important, but most comfortable for the community. And I don't see how supporting the civil rights of students can be uncomfortable. So that's why we went with this. And we felt that the community would be comfortable with that. But I get it. I get it's difficult. I respect, and I do respect the slippery slope. And we are going to come back to you on March 30th if you pass this and say, okay, you need to tell us what this means. And it does have to be, by the way, I know Trustee Nicolette mentioned, I don't really think we should be adopting these things. And that's fine. If we don't want to adopt them, we don't have to. But we should take paragraph 10 out then, because it must be adopted by the board. That's what the federal case law says. This is not a decision for the superintendent or legal counsel or anyone else. So if we want to have, I'm just going to use the rainbow flag, for example, because I know that's been a little bit of the controversy. If we want to allow that in a teacher's room and have it be 2 feet by 3 feet, I just throw that out there as an example, you have to adopt that as the board. And you have to say, we find that supports civil rights for students, just by way of example. So, but I get it. This is tough. This is a tough one. It's tough. But we tried to make it what we thought would be the most acceptable.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate that. Let's see, Trustee Church, and then we'll go to the superintendent, and then we'll go to Trustee Nicolette.
I'm sorry, I'm just really confused. I don't know if we're talking about 10A or if we're talking about basically the basic definition 3, district speech. I'm really confused. And I guess the only other comment is, remember too that boards change, and what if you get a really, for lack of a better term, conservative board, and they adopt something that is just repugnant to the other 3 members? Just for example, that represents the district speech. So, but my main question is, I'm just confused whether we're talking about number 3 or number 10A.
I can share some light on this. What we're talking about is the concept of district speech. That's what we're talking about, the concept of district speech. That's what Vice President Caldwell brought up, wanted to discuss, because for him, he'll have a hard time approving the policy as a whole without having more more definition to where a comfortable place, I should say, for him to land around district speech and what does that mean? Did I coin that correctly for you, Vice President Caldwell? Okay, so that's what we're talking about, Trustee Church. We're talking about the concept of district speech. Okay. All right. We'll go to the superintendent. You can take your hand down if you would, Trustee Church, unless you have something else that I'll come back around to you for. Yes. Legal counsel?
Yeah, I do want to address the second part of Trustee Church's comment.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I was communicating with the superintendent and I forgot it now. So what was the second question? I did want to address that.
I can try to remember. He spoke of a couple of things. First question he talked about, what if we get a different board, right?
Oh.
That right? Is that where you're coming from? Okay.
Yeah, the different board. Here's the one thing, and this is why, again, we're comfortable making this recommendation, because we get that district speech is difficult. A new board they may be able to take away district speech, but they can't do a 180-degree opposite of 10A, because that's a violation of federal law. 10A is really just a codification of federal law. It's going to be up to you. Well, that's a oversimplification, but let's just stick with that oversimplification. It's going to be up to you to fill in the blanks on what is okay under 10A. But there's no way that somebody can come in and say, we want to do the reverse of 10A and be non-supportive of the civil rights of our students. So I think we're okay on that front. That is a fair point, and I do worry about that. And that's why we put all that other language in above about no vulgarity, no obscenity for our employees, those type of things, because that's law. And so it doesn't matter what a board does. They can't come in and violate the law. And if they do, that's going to result in, I mean, that would be literally a 1984 cause of action and a civil rights action and result in a large amount of settlement liability.
Thank you, counsel. Dr. McNeil?
Thank you, President Taylor. And what I was communicating with Chief Counsel was an addition to that sentence in 10 for district speech, because this is, and Chief Counsel and I went over this and over this and over this, because it is so critical. And we absolutely understand the lift of the board. And I'm just wondering, so just hear me out. If you were to say, district employees, let me see where I found that. District employees may use district speech during work I think that says during work, that is inclusive of all students. Because I think that word inclusive is so critical, and I understand Chief Counsel with the civil rights on A, and that may cover it. But I was just wondering with the verbiage of inclusive, that we do not want our employees to be using language that would not be inclusive. And it's just a thought.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. One of the things, and I see some other hands. We have Dr. Nicolette, then we'll have Trustee Minetto. One of the things that I would throw out for consideration, just back to alignment with what I referred to before, is that there's a lot of district speech out there. I know we can't use messaging, Chief Counsel, and I recognize that. What if we were to define district speech as speech that is in alignment with current board policies? Because what that does is it says policies that we've already passed, which is what I am submitting, that we have a lot of speech out there because we've already said a lot about district speech and about what's appropriate and what isn't appropriate. We've already said a lot about it. And what it doesn't mean that we adopt anything other than anything extra. But it says district speech is speech that's in alignment with current board policies. And then if policies change, the speech changes that goes along with that. Those policies have been adopted, so it does what it needs to do legally. And it also doesn't add anything extra, like we have to go do this other thing and come up with a district speech committee and then do it. Doesn't, when as a board, part of our job is to say what our voice is going to be. Something to consider, right? Something to consider. So we'll go back, Dr. Nicolette, Clerk Minetto, and then Vice President Call.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I think we were copacetic there, because I think that's a beautiful solution, because we do have so much district speech now through our policies, through our meetings. It's all over the place. And so I like the word alignment with what we already have. I think that's a really good way to go. And I think then that we can continue to develop this notion of district speech and try to understand it more and help students, parents, and employees understand it more too. I like that idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Clerk Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. President Taylor, that it's already spoken in our policies. And I like the word inclusive, because down there, if we go to that A, I can't go down to, yeah, thank you. Now I'm going back to what, I'm getting dizzy.
Mm-hmm.
So bulletin boards and similar displays of district property for civil rights students in protected classes. And now I'm going back to the protected classes, because I'm thinking, does that exclude
Unprotected?
People not, I mean, that's a silly thing to say, but what about the little skinny white?
Mm-hmm. The kid that doesn't fall in the protective class. Yeah, the kid that doesn't fall in the protective class. Yeah.
But that's, maybe I'm nitpicking there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because all of
Does inclusion in 10 resolve that? As suggested by the superintendent?
For me, it does. I like inclusion. That's that.
And then that makes it there, and then A becomes a little more detail of it, but it's really clear that everybody is included in this. You're reading was that a yes or no, Clerk Minetto?
I think, yeah, I think I like that better than what we had. Definitely inclusion.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will, thank you, Clerk Minetto. I will absolutely say it is really important that all students see themselves, you know, and that's a part of this thing, and it's really important. So a word of inclusion, which makes it clear that this isn't just about the marginalized students, which of course that's where all the attention falls, but it isn't just about the marginalized students. It's about, we want all students to see themselves. Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. I think we've had some really good discussion. I do think the protections that are being offered in 10 are already protected in other places. I don't think that our students won't feel the support, or they will all of a sudden be able to be talked to in a hateful way without 10. So I'm trying to connect the dots on what 10 brings that we didn't have without 10, that we already currently have with, you know, Brave Space, the anti-racism resolution. We already have policies. There's state law and federal law that protects individuals in protected classes. So I'm trying to connect the dots on what is brought by 10 that is not.
Okay, I'll thank you, Vice President Cottle. I'll ask Chief General Counsel to speak on the thinking around including, that's 10A and 10B. It's 10A and B, right, Vice President Cottle? It's 10 as a whole, correct?
Yeah, is the idea.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chief Counsel?
Yeah, thank you, President Taylor. So from our perspective, if you don't have 10, then there is case law that indicates that the rainbow flag has been used for political speech and political activity. So it would still fall in the political activity exemption, and we haven't changed anything. We were asked, at least I believe we were asked, to meet with these other districts and reach out to them and find out how they created exceptions. And this is the only way that they can create an exception. So if we want to approve, if the board wants to approve as its district speech the ability to hang a rainbow flag, possibly use BLM, possibly use other symbols and that's why we specifically said in protected classes, then you have to have district speech. Otherwise, we haven't changed anything from the way it was before. And that might be fine. But that will be our legal opinion, is that then this is still political statement and it falls under the political activity, and you can't do that. And I appreciate that we have policies out there, but no policy defines what is our speech. I guess you could say our policies speak for themselves, but our policy does not provide the superintendent. Even if you look at our equity and diversity policy, even if you look at our resolution, it does not provide the superintendent's guidance on what is okay. And that was number 4 of what you sent us out to do, which was come back so it's a workable solution. That's not workable. So when somebody, let's just use the example that we had, when a teacher decides that he or she is going to wear a BLM shirt to school or wear a rainbow flag shirt to school, which we don't think it should apply to clothing anyway. So let's scratch that example. When a person puts up a BLM poster in class or a rainbow flag in class, we would say that that doesn't fall within district speech, because there's nowhere that it does clearly state that. And just because we have an anti-discrimination resolution doesn't, those things can be presented as different. And so we were trying to come to a solution for a problem. Maybe it's not a problem now. You see how difficult it is, and that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong in holding off and waiting. But that was the purpose of this.
I will say, thank you for providing that information. I see Clerk Minetto and Vice President Carlo. Your hands are still up, so I'm not sure if they're up on purpose to see, but I saw, I think I saw who jumped in first. Okay, Dr. Nicolette jumped in first, and then, okay, go ahead, Chief Counsel, and then from there we'll go to Dr. Nicolette, then we'll go to Trustee Church, and then we'll go to Trustee Thigpen.
Sorry, I did want to say one last thing. BLM is a little more difficult because they are a super PAC now. And so that makes them a little more difficult to fit under this, because that, to me, seems like political activity no matter what. But again, the board, if you want, you could still say that we're okay with that. Just want to put that out there as a side note.
Okay, thank you, Counsel. Dr. Nicolette, I believe you were next.
Thank you. I don't want to shirk our responsibility to provide guidance to the superintendent at all. Having said that, I do believe that number 10 is getting in the weeds and we shouldn't be there. I think that in particular, the litany of posters, etc., and it doesn't even mention flags. I think that belongs under the purview of the superintendent and whomever the superintendent works with to identify exactly what this means. And I really think number 10 doesn't belong in there at all. Because when we're trying to change the words inclusion and when we're trying to tweak it too much, I kind of tend to go with maybe it's not what we want to have in this policy. I don't believe it fits with where we're trying to go and aligning itself with previous policies. So that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I think it was Trustee Church and then Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you. My comment's almost to the contrary. One thing I like about 10 is it talks about district speech as adopted by the board, and it takes out or the superintendent. So I like that. I like that the board makes the decision about if we do have district speech, not the superintendent, because now we're really getting into a muddy waters. And then the legal counsel brought it up, and he mentioned specifically Black Lives Matters. And I can't support anything that's not inclusive. We just talked about the word inclusive. And if we're going to do that, then we have to be inclusive of Latino lives matters and Asian lives matters. And then when somebody wants to put up a poster that says white lives matters, now they're going to get accused of racism. Boy, what a slippery slope we just went into seconds ago. I have a real problem now.
May I address that?
Please.
Okay, that's exactly what the Poway case addresses. Just because you are allowed to adopt what is district speech. Just because you adopt something as district speech does not give somebody else the opportunity to adopt what they think is okay. For example, in the Poway case, there was a bulletin board to support LGBTQ plus community. The district voted on that and they approved it, and they said it was okay to have I believe it was a week, maybe a month, to support and celebrate those students. A person who did not believe in LGBTQ plus issues across the hallway put up their own bulletin board and was disciplined for it, and it was basically. The court stated that that person does not have any right to do that. That district speech, which was adopted, is the bulletin board, and that is the only speech that's allowed, and that's why we drafted it this way. So that's not a perceivable slippery slope. That is not, you adopt what it is, and that's it. They don't get the other side. And that needs to be, I don't feel like I've made that clear, because I've heard that a couple of different times. So whatever you adopt, that is the speech in the district. No one then can say, I get to put up Blue Lives Matter, which I don't even understand how that's opposed to Black Lives Matter anyway, but whatever. The people often equate that. You don't get to do that. Yeah, I agree with you, President Taylor. But nonetheless, you don't get to do that. We get to define what is district speech. And that was why we drafted this. And that's what, but it's clear. And I do appreciate Trustee Church pointing this out. It can't be the superintendent. The case law is clear. It's got to be a policy decision of the board. And if you're not willing to make that policy decision, then everything stays the status quo, and we should just remove this paragraph. And I suggest we cut 10 out and we move forward with the other ones. But that means that the issue that was created a few months ago remains. And I don't know if that's, that is what it is. That's a board decision.
Thank you, counsel. We have Clerk Manetto and then Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette, your hand is up. I'm not sure if it's still up or if it's up again. So please, oh, there, now I do. Now I know. Okay, Clerk Manetto and then Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. The more we talk about this, the more I think we need to take it out. And perhaps we need to focus our bulletin boards on student academics, because that is the main thing now. We have to be inclusive. I certainly feel that way. And there have to be safe places for our students. But right now, I think we need to pull the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Manetto. Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I think if we pull 10, we are going back to square one. And it's been about a year since this controversy happened, and it made national news over a principal telling a teacher that they could not have any sort of rainbow memorabilia in their class, a teacher who identified as LGBTQ. So if we remove 10, we are going back to nothing. We have heard, and the reason why this is needed, and I will say this, you know it's needed when people are speaking up. Oppressed people are speaking up and telling you that it is needed. Just like with our anti-racism initiative, we had Black and brown people speak up and say, we need this. You are hearing the same with this issue. We've had students for the last year speak up and say, we need this. We've had teachers say, we need this. And I'm more inclined to listen to them. And I also will agree with what Trustee Church said. I don't want a rogue superintendent in the future who might be racist or homophobic or something like that undermine the inclusion efforts that we have put in place in our policies. And it should not be up to them. It should be up to us to say we are an inclusive school district, and that's what we stand for. So I would encourage you not to remove 10, and we can still build upon this over time. We still have an opportunity later to say, okay, what is this, set parameters however we like. But if we remove this, we are starting from scratch again, and I don't know that we're doing anything for our students or our teachers.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. I see some. I don't know if hands are there for a reason, Dr. Nicolette or Trustee Manetto, but I'll take a moment. I see Dr. Nicolette, your hand is up. I'll take a moment to chime in. I will say this. I think we will be making a huge mistake if we take out number 10. We have been asked by our community to address this issue. And I think we've I was going to say we've kicked the can, but we really haven't. We really wanted to be thoughtful, about this, and I really applaud our work for that, so that we can make the best decisions, on it. And so it's taken some time, but it takes time to make good decisions, and I think that's okay. It's frustrating to the community sometimes, even sometimes to us, but I think that's okay. I'm not as concerned about that. But think about what we've done in the meantime. It took a lot of courage, I would say, for the board to pass the anti-racism resolution unanimously. It took a lot of courage for this board unanimously to pass the action plan. It took a lot of courage in that to talk about how important we know it is. And this might be an answer to some of what Trustee Manetto said, and this is about teaching kids. It's hard for me to learn if I don't think I belong. It's hard for me to learn if I don't see anything around me that says that I'm okay. Maybe I'm dealing with some things or struggling with some things or fighting through some things. but there's nothing around me that shows me that it's okay. So this really is connected to academics. I would make that it's the same reason why we provide transportation. We don't have to provide transportation for students. We do it because if students can't get to school, they can't learn. We don't have to provide free lunch for schools at a certain level. We can have some reduced lunch, but we do it because we know if students can't eat, they can't learn. Think about all the supports that we provide for students that might not be directly academics, but we know it impacts their academics. This falls in that one too. I know it seems like it's not reading, writing, arithmetic, but it impacts reading, writing, arithmetic. And in far too many cases, it makes reading, writing, arithmetic really hard to get to. We talked about our brave space because we're proud of that. We talk about providing a safe space because we understand how important that is. We go bend over backwards, myself included, to say inclusion means everybody. I don't want the skinny white kid, so to speak, like Trustee Minetto said, to don't think it belongs, that he or she belongs. I want every student to know that. So we talk about it. We talk about equity, how we're proud to be a district that prioritizes equity and that it's important for us. We talk about a lot of that. And since we've done it, and it's been since the beginning of the last school year when this came out, can you imagine if we don't do anything this many months later, the message that's being sent to those students, to those teachers, right? We're not talking about, hey, let's get way over here or let's get way over here. I mean, we know that that's what we aren't trying to be. We're working really, really hard to take politics out of this and things that are partisan out of this. So this is absolutely about students and absolutely about our teachers. And if we don't take action on this, I think we are absolutely sending a message. It's hard. It's hard. Absolutely it is. There's so many things people don't understand. People make a lot of assumptions and they think it's hard. But I would ask my colleagues to continue to have the courage that we've had and say, we want to do what's right for all kids, not leaving any kids out, for all kids. And what we've heard from students is that this is really important for them. Trustee Nicolette, will go to you and then Trustee Church.
Thank you. Beautifully said. And to that point, in number 10, I would like to see a C added, letter C, because I get A, I get B. And then I'd like to see something a little more general, speech in the opposition of any student, just so that we make it very clear it is all students. And then to that, I have a recommendation. I would like to see us define controversial issues on the first page in definitions. That's huge. I think that opens up a can of worms. And I just want to say the term safe spaces, it's extremely important. I also want us to be very cognizant of the fact that every place one of our students resides must be a safe place. And if we need to start designating safe places, then that means that we have places that aren't safe. And so getting back to the district speech, part of my speech would be any place a student must be a safe place. Okie dokie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church.
Thank you, and I'm more confused than ever, and I do have courage, and I have the courage to say, this is so confusing. I don't see in my mind how you can have a flag or a poster that says Black Lives Matters or whatever, and not a flag that says Latino Lives Matters, when B says in opposition to the civil rights of students. Well, isn't saying you can have one but not the other in opposition? And, you know, from my background, Jewish rights, can we flag, you can't have the Jewish flag in the classroom, which is a country. And now the legal counsel has raised the issue that BLM is a PAC. And if that were to withstand legal scrutiny where you can't have BLM because it's a pact. You can have Latino Lives Matters as long as it's not a pact. I am more confused than ever, but I just don't see how you can support one racial or ethnic flag in opposition to the civil rights of the students, exactly what it says in B, who represent a different ethnic or racial group. I just don't get it.
I'm going to take the chance to try to respond to that too, Trustee Church. There's nothing at all that says that. There's nothing at all. Protected classes. Students of Latinx background are protected. Jewish students are protected. So there's nothing that says that. I mean, that's part of when we say inclusion, it is including it. They're protected. So there's nothing that says that you can't have a flag that represents the Holocaust or whatever. That's under some of the religious things that we have, or Jewish life. They're protected. So there's nothing that says that. So I'm not sure of the confusion around that. It's certainly not meant to say that. And counsel, please correct me if I'm wrong. But this says protected classes. It doesn't eliminate any protected class.
Yeah, exactly. Because counsel, I just thought I heard
counsel. But no, let's get some clarity, counsel.
Well, and this is why we don't allow compound questions in courtrooms. Trustee Church listed 4 or 5 different things, and they were Blue Lives Matter, White Lives Matter, and different.
No, he didn't. He didn't say those.
Yeah, he did when I responded the first time around. You did too. Would you like to pull the recording? You actually.
No, that's not.
I never said Blue Lives Matter.
I said Blue Lives Matter. You said White Lives Matter, Latino Lives Matter. Look, here's the deal: is it depends on the circumstance. And I actually did. You're right. I mentioned Blue Lives Matter. It depends on the circumstance. What I'm saying is we get to pick what speech is okay for us as far as district speech goes. Okay, so we get to pick what is district speech. And if we say that we're okay with BLM, then we're okay with BLM. If we say we're okay with LGBTQ+, then we're okay with LGBTQ+. We pick what is our speech. And it does not give anybody the right to pick their own speech. And if there's no recognized group that is LLM, which is Latino Lives Matter, and we don't have a recognized flag that is Latino Lives Matter, then we can say you can't put that flag up because we don't know what that is. That's not a recognized symbol as far as we're concerned. This is your speech as a board, and it is within the First Amendment of the Constitution, and it's within your rights. So, and the point about B is anything that's opposition to civil rights of a student, which is BLM is determined by several school districts to be, not BLM, Blue Lives Matter is for whatever reason considered to be in conflict or in opposition to the civil rights of the students, and several districts have opposed Blue Lives Matter, and they can do that. And that's I don't know how to make it any easier. Whatever you vote on is what is the district speech.
Okay, thank you, counsel. I see Trustee Calvert, and I'll go to Vice President Cottle, and then back to Trustee Nicolette. You're on mute, Trustee Calvert. I think you're trying to get off.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that I don't think that we really see the students that are in our school district as who they are. I mean, my family, for instance, we've got Black, we've got white, we've got Latino, my grandkids are Italian. And I just don't think that we're recognizing that the times are changing, that schools are changing. It's not just that we have a certain group of kids that go to school. We need to recognize, like, if we're talking about inclusiveness, I think that has to be a part of the conversation as well. We can't just look at kids and say, look at the color of their skin, because the color of their skin does not always say who they are. So I would just think that if we're talking about equity, then those are things that we need to look at. We can't continue to have these conversations and not really look at our population and our community and say, well, this is what we want to do. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Vice President Calvert?
Thank you, Madam President. My question's for Neil. Neil, on 10, how does 10 apply to faith-based individuals, regardless of their faith? Fill in the blank of faith.
Well, so it doesn't apply to faith-based individuals, but I should be clear that the Jewish faith is also considered an ethnicity, so it would apply to Jewish folks, if that's where your question is going. But the Establishment Clause is separate from this, and we should be careful about stepping on that. And as I mentioned earlier, we want to allow our employees to have the ability to practice their faith intimately, meaning small jewelry and things of that nature, or a hijab or something along those lines. But we don't want to necessarily allow for proselytizing.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Correct me if I'm wrong, that religion in general is that's a protected class. Do I have that right? Or
well,
the right to
it's not a protected class as far as civil rights goes. It's protected in that it's a protected activity, in that the government can't make laws to, I guess unless it's a pandemic, to limit faith organizations or faith groups from participating in their faith. And what is faith is defined widely, but it doesn't fall under the Civil Rights Act. That's been a recent push lately, and I think the courts have been reluctant on that.
Okay, so everybody
Jewish, if I may, but Jewish, those of Jewish descent, that's an exception to that because it's also considered a race, correct?
Right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought yes.
Yeah, you
correct.
did. Okay.
Okay, so it's not a protected class, but the right is protected in appropriate settings.
Yes, absolutely. So we couldn't require, okay, it's Catholic prayer time at school, right? Because that would be a violation of the Establishment Clause. It would be government supporting a specific religion, just by way of example.
Got it.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. I saw Trustee Thigpen and then Trustee Church. Back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that it's great discussion. I think, and there have been, it seems like we're making headway in certain areas, but then we keep going around. I know Trustee Nicolette and Trustee Minetto both had really good points of adding inclusion words in here to the point of the superintendent as well. So I'm wondering if we can look at maybe making those changes one by one to improve this and end up in a good place for our students and teachers.
Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Trustee Church, and then I'm going to come back and start asking for some motions on those things. Okay, so people get ready. All right, Trustee Church.
So confusing. I'm looking here on my computer at NRS 233010, and it says religious creed along with all the other protected classes. Then I think I'm looking at the Civil Rights Act of 1968, and it says the word religion, unless it's been taken out. So, but it is in the NRS. So, again, I'm just so confused, but I thought that's a protected class.
So let's ask counsel based upon that. Counsel?
I'm looking at the statute that we're talking about. You're looking at 233010, which is our Nevada Equal Rights Commission, which commission means which deals with employment issues. So I don't think that's applicable to what we're talking about here. Can you give me the specific statute that you're looking at?
Yes, 010, but only statute B or 2 is employment. You go down to the further one, it says it's a policy of the state in general. I believe that's what it says. Number 3.
Okay, so
wait a minute.
number one deals with housing accommodations.
Number
This-
two.
Number two deals with public accommodations without discrimination, distinction, or restriction because of race, religious creed, color, age, sex, disability, sexual orientation, national origin, ancestry, or gender identity. But that it has to do with public accommodations, not the speech of the district. The district,
I'm sorry.
the district can't have speech that supports a religious creed, because that would be a violation of the Establishment Clause, which is the First Amendment, which is where we talk about freedom of religion and freedom of speech. And it says that the government shall make no law that supports the establishment of a religion, which has been interpreted to mean that you can't take a position that supports religious points of view. And so at this point in time, I would recommend that we don't look at this from a religious point of view. And I appreciate that you're looking at the Nevada Equal Rights Commission, but I don't think that's applicable to what we're talking about at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Council. I appreciate that. Let's begin to dive in, and thank you for the recommendation, Trustee Thigpen. There are pieces of this that there may be some agreement on that may be able to make this better, and see where we can go from there. So I'm looking for, there are some, as you said, Trustee Thigpen, some good recommendations in terms of adding inclusion, or some recommendations regarding making sure that everybody knows that all means all, so to speak, right? Are there any motions on this at all? As we begin to look at, but we've given this really good deliberation, really good discussion, which I think is necessary. Quite honestly, it's necessary. Certainly time well spent. So I'm looking for any motion on any piece of this. Excuse me, for starters, that anybody may be interested in making. I see your hand, Trustee Nicolette. You want to begin, and then I see you, Trustee Thigpen.
I do. Small but mighty on page 7. Under 10, letter C would be newly created. And I quote, speech in opposition to the civil rights of any student is prohibited.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yes, I make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that we add C. So there's a 10C that states this might be along the same lines as Vice President Calderwood from time to time. Let's just be real clear that speech in opposition to the civil rights of any student is prohibited. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
This motion by Dr. Nicolette, seconded by Trustee Thigpen. Any discussion on that? That's adding a C to number 10. That's all we're voting on at this time. Okay, no discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, if you don't get your mic on, just give me a wave or something. I want to make sure we catch all the votes, okay?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much for that popcorn vote. Any opposition? Hearing none. All right. Thank you, Council. I see you have it on there. That motion is carried. Okay, so there is a C now added to number 10. We're going to go now to you, Trustee Thigpen. Dr. Nicolette, your hand is still up. I'm not sure if that's still or new.
That's because I do have a follow-up. With all due respect, what is a popcorn?
Oh, that means it just popped up all over. You guys just came up. It was nowhere near together.
Gotcha.
It was just,
okay.
That was it.
I concur. Add butter to mine, please.
All right, you bet. Okay, Trustee Thigpen.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I'm going to piggyback off the superintendent's suggestion. It seemed that Trustee Minetto agreed with this, of adding after at work under 10. I think it was, let me just read it out loud so I can get my frame of mind correct. Employees may use district speech at work that is inclusive. And I might ask the superintendent if that was accurate.
Yes, I had inclusive of all students. I qualified students.
That's right, and that's even better. Okay, and I'll make the motion super duper official this time.
Okay, and what you do,
So-
just said there's a typo between duties at. So let's, I mean, there needs to be a space there.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
while we're making corrections. So that's editorial. So it doesn't need to be in your motion, but I wanted to get it out there. It's been bothering me since I read this. Anyway, go ahead.
So I would make a motion that the board policy committee adopt the revision to number 10 district speech to read as district employees may use district speech at work that is inclusive of all students.
Okay, is there a second? I see you waving your head, Trustee Calvert. Okay, so it was a motion by Trustee Thigpen, seconded by Trustee Calvert, that 10 district speech be amended to read, district employees may use district speech at work that is inclusive of all students. Okay, any discussion? We're voting just on that change right there in number 10, just on that piece. All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? All right, the motion carries. That too is unanimous. So we've added C, we've made that change to number 10. Looking for any other recommended changes on this before we take the whole thing into consideration. One thing I think I would share, I guess it's rare, but I can make a motion. And I would like to, because I know that some more work needs to be done on this, but this has been we need to move forward. We need to keep moving forward on this. I would recommend that under definitions, number 3, we change to district speech is speech that is in alignment with current board policies.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I moved and twice seconded. I'm not sure if that means anything, but we'll take a twice seconded anyway. Okay, so there's a motion. It's moved by me and seconded by Trustee Thigpen and Manetto that number 3 on definitions be changed to read district speech is speech that is in alignment with current board policies. Any discussion? Yes, I see you, counsel.
I would just think about if you do that, is a speech in alignment with current district policy or current board policies, you may want to think about and other actions of the board. For example, your anti-racism resolution isn't a policy, but you might want to be able to have speech related to that, which is my impression of what you were saying earlier. So food for thought, maybe something along the lines, is speech in alignment with current board policies and other actions of the board. Leave it big, so because might not always have resolutions that you've passed, but you always will take some type of action. So
No,
just
I think that captures. No, I'm as the person who's making the motion, I certainly accept that as a friendly. Trustee Thigpen,
I agree.
as the second. I think that again the intention. So we take that we accept it as a friendly. Thank you, counsel. And the whole intention is to put some guardrails around district voice, so that it isn't just out there left all by itself. There are some guardrails around that, and if nothing else, as a starting point. And if we need to dive in and do more, that's we can certainly continue that work. I'm just not comfortable just leaving this out there, and so I wanted to give us something because I know superintendent and staff need something that they can begin to work some administrative regulations around. Okay, there was a motion and it has been seconded. Is there? I see the discussion. I was just asking for a discussion. Trustee Church.
I'm just waiting for it to get typed in, so give me 20 seconds to
Okay,
read
that's
it.
okay. It's okay.
just to be clear, the part in blue would be deleted. So
Okay, it looks great to us, but at least to me, it could just be my screen. That's the amendment that we're voting on right there, Trustee Church. You see it under number 3. Actually, for everyone, you see it under number 3.
Yes, now it took out the word adopted, which earlier legal counsel said had to be in there. Or am I mistaken?
No, he did say that, and what I'm thinking is that those things in my making this motion in this way is that all of those things are adopted. Board policies are adopted. Other board actions, by definition, are things that we've adopted. If we do a resolution, it is adopted. So we aren't saying, here's board speech, let's vote on it and adopt it. What we're saying is, as we along the way there's a board action or there is a policy that we put in place, as long as those are legally voted on and adopted, that would fall under here. That's my understanding of this. Council, did I capture that?
Yeah, I think Trustee Church is correct. I did say it has to say adopted, but I agree with you that you adopt board policies or you take action to approve them, and you adopt or take action to approve your other actions, whatever they may be, i.e. resolutions. So I think we're good. It just has to come from you. That's the important part here. I can't stress that enough. It has to come from the board. So policies come from the board, your actions come from you. So I think we're okay.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
So I still not comfortable with it because we've taken out the term adopted by the Board of Trustees that represents the speech of the district. So now whose district speech? We better think this through. Be careful on this.
Okay, there's a recommendation. Other board actions adopted by the board. I don't know who typed that in, but whoever they did, I like that as a friendly. Oh, Chief General Counsel. I like that as a friendly, and then that encapsulates that so that it's really clear that they're board actions. Are you okay with that as the seconder?
20 seconds?
Yeah. No, go ahead. I'm not voting yet. I want to ask if the seconder is okay with that friendly.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay, so the part after the period where the cursor is, that part, would you mind highlighting the part that would potentially go away, Council, if this is approved by the board, by the board policy committee? So again, let me just restate the motion to make sure it's really clear. The motion is to amend number 3 under definitions to read district speech is speech in alignment with current board policies and other board actions adopted by the board.
Can I speak? My turn?
Absolutely. Your hand's still up, sir.
Again, we're going through this really fast and it's late, but I'm afraid we might be making a minor mistake here. So based on that, some teacher decides to advocate for something, and then they say, well, that's part of the district speech because of the resolution of blah, 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 as opposed to district speech is an actual policy that we adopt specifically as a board based on the policies. Does that make sense? I think we've got a semantical error, in my opinion.
It makes sense what you're saying, but I don't think that's appropriate, because I would say that it's making it clear. But the intention in my mind, okay, the intention of my motion, right, that's been friendly amended twice, is to say district speech are those things that the board has already weighed in on, and it may change, right? Because board policies may change, other actions may change, or things that the board has already said, this is what our intention is, this is our voice around it, this is our messaging. Not that we can use all those words, Neil, so don't jump back at me, I get it. But the board has already voted, right? So none of this comes up, that's not in alignment with the board. The board has already voted that this is our resolution, or this is our action, or this is our policy. And so if a teacher does something in violation of any of those, whatever administrative regulations are in place for those disciplinary actions should be in place for those disciplinary actions. They're already there. So that's my response to that. That may not be enough for you, but that's my response for that.
Well, just remember that nobody's going to pay attention to what we said today. They're going to read this and interpret it. And then legal counsel's in the position of determining are they right or wrong, or HR. Legal counsel. I'd like to ask legal counsel.
Okay.
I'm kind
I
of.
think let's ask legal counsel. I think let's ask legal counsel, as you said, and I think let's also ask Dr. McNeil, because at the end of the day, that her team, they put together the administrative regulations around this so that we don't have something as what you're talking about. So we'll go to legal, and then we'll go to the superintendent, and then I see you, Trustee Thigpen.
I really respect both points of view. I do understand where Trustee Church is coming from, and I understand where President Taylor's coming from. I'm comfortable with this definition. I'm comfortable with the definition we had up there. I think either way, we're putting a definition on district speech. I want to be clear. I don't think that this, however, and I don't think this is your intent, President Taylor, so please don't take it this way. I still think we need to define down below what type of speech we're going to allow, consistent with these policies and consistent with your previous actions. Meaning, if we leave 10 in, what can a teacher display or somebody display in their office, or what can't they? I think we have some guidance. I do think we have some good guidance, and I do understand what you're saying about, all right, we've adopted these big pictures. Now we're going to kind of give you what we're okay with. I like that. So I gave you the non-answer, which is I'm fine either way. I really am.
I was going to say, thank you for that lawyer answer.
Yes, that's my favorite one. Lawyer answer. Sorry. Best I can.
That's okay. No, I hear you. Basically, you said this isn't the end all. Let me just interpret what I heard, right? You're okay with this as a place to start. But more to your comfort level would be that this is not the end all. It's okay with a place to start, but it's not like we can dodge, if you will, right? Saying here are some things, right?
Yeah, I think we need to get there at some point.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you for that, Dr. McNeil, and then Trustee Thigpen, and then Dr. Nicolette.
I think the 30,000.
No, Dr. Nicolette, you're third. Hang on with me. Hang on. That's all right.
Well, thank you, President Taylor. And I concur with General Counsel. Obviously, I'm looking at this as a board policy as the superintendent now, but importantly, the board needs to look at it right from the future. And so I think in alignment with current board policies and other board actions is tremendously important, because the board will adopt other actions that are parallel to what happens in our classrooms. And that's where the CEO needs to take a look at this. And so I'm fine with the current language, how it's written and drafted, with other board actions adopted by the board. I think that part is really important. So did that make sense?
Yes, that was. Thank you for not answering like your chief general counsel. No, that was a joke. Sorry, Neil. No, thank you, Dr. McNeil. Dr. Nick, there was a Dr. Thigpen. Trustee Thigpen, you put your hand down, or you're next and just waiting?
I think I changed. I'm just gonna hold off. I think we're the discussion's going kind of where I was thinking.
Okay, all right. Then,
but I love the upgrade to doctor.
Oh, hey, do it. It's in your future, man. It's in your future. All right, Dr. Nicolette.
I think we've really gotten to where we need to be on this one. I think there's more to develop. We may do that down the line in policy. We'll definitely be doing it in administrative regulations. And when I look at this, what I go to immediately in deference to, the everyday operations of these things, we're not there to enforce anything. We just set a policy. It's up to the experts in the field to enforce these things. And we have to ensure that when we have policy, we don't, the employees who enforce these on a daily basis, they have the tools that they need to do it, because every site is different, and it's really just guidance for them. We're not there. We can't monitor this. And so I think this works really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Any further discussion on the proposed changes to number 3 under definitions on board policy 4500. Now, this is just a vote, not on the policy itself. This is just a vote on the changes to the proposed changes to number 3. Okay, hearing no other discussion, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 I'm gonna be a nay.
Okay, we'll have it. Wait till I get there.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you for the announcement, but wait till we get there. All right. Okay, we said so. We have the ayes. Let's go with the nays. All those opposed.
Nay.
Okay. Let the record show that the motion passes with a vote of 6-1. 6-1. Any other recommendations for changes for consideration for board policy 4500 before we look for a motion to either adopt it or not, right? And forward it to a full meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration. Any other discussion for any potential changes on this?
Yes. Diane.
Oh, I didn't know if your hand was still up or up new. So there it is. Okay. Yes,
I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Nicolette. That's
slow.
okay. That's okay, Dr. Nicolette. Go ahead.
I'm just going to go right to it and make a motion that in the definitions, we add a definition that encompasses controversial issues.
Okay, what's your proposal on that?
Don't believe that I'm the person that should create the definition for controversial issues. I believe.
So you don't have anything in your mind for it. Okay, go ahead.
I think legal counsel's done a wonderful job of really going through a very, very tough document. And I would request, maybe I should add that to my motion, that legal counsel write a definition to be added for controversial issues.
Okay, so let me say back to you what, it looks like there's something here.
Yes.
Is that?
I don't believe that identifies what a controversial issue is. I believe that discusses how controversial issues will be handled, but not a technical definition for a controversial issue.
But it doesn't find them. I understand. Okay, I understand. So you're saying you aren't as concerned about how to handle it. You're saying we should, but what is that? What are controversial issues? I understand. Okay, so that's what we're considering now then. Okay, Trustee Thigpen?
I mean, just doing a quick search of like the definition of what that might mean. I found some that might work, and I wonder if this could work for Trustee Nicolette, that a controversial issue might be a dispute, especially a public one, between sides holding opposing views.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Thigpen. And I saw that too, and I'll be honest, I wondered a little bit about the word dispute, but technically that's what it is. And then what needs to happen is our expert teachers need to have the strategies to handle disputes.
Okay. I hear you. You want to weigh in on that as a potential chief counsel?
I would love to weigh in, except for, I'm sorry, I was reading another document and I lost my focus. So what was the definition that was proposed?
Trustee Thigpen?
So the one that I found that seems to work best, it's very consensus-y between me and Trustee Nicolette, is that a controversial issue is a dispute, especially a public one, between sides holding opposing views.
I like that.
Okay. So that being said, Dr. Nicolette, would you like to propose that as a motion for an addition? So then under definitions, it would be number 5.
Correct, it would be number 5. So do you want me to read the definition that Trustee Thigpen shared?
Sure, yes. If
okay,
you would, so that we know what you're
I'm going
proposing.
to ask for some verbal support here. I will begin, and Trustee Thigpen, if you'll fill in the blank. I move that the definition for controversial issues be added to the definitions section and should read.
Trustee Thigpen, I think this is when you jump
Okay,
in.
I missed my cue. A dispute, especially a public one, between sides holding opposing views.
Okay, I'm going to pause you for a minute because I see Chief General Counsel jumping in and wanting to capture that. And I think this is always helpful for all of us when we can see it in front of us. And then we know Trustee Church is going to ask for it anyway. So let's get it out there, and it's good we all get a chance to take a look at it. So the motion, as he types, the motion from Dr. Nicolette, which we'll get a second on after we all understand the motion, is that number 5 be added under definitions. And that number 5 is controversial issues, means a dispute, especially a public one, between two sides with opposing points of view.
One correction, it's between sides, not two sides. I think that's important because there can be many opposing sides.
Sure. So now that you're involved in this, Trustee Thigpen, is that a second to this motion?
Yes, I will second.
Since you're involved in
it's been a team effort.
Yes, since you're involved. Okay, now that we see this in front of us, everyone, if you would, Chief General Counsel, will you slide that up a little bit so it's a little bit easier for us to see? Thank you. Look at number 5, everyone. See if there's any discussion on adding this number 5 to definitions. Okay, hearing none, remember now we're voting just on number 5, on the addition of number 5 to Board Policy 4500. All those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Okay, made several changes, additions, deletions, and so on, amendments to 4500. Any others? Any others? Anyone like to propose anything else for the policy committee to consider before we take a vote on 4500 as we now all see it before us? Okay, seeing none, I'm now looking for a motion that the Board Policy Committee approve the proposed revisions. That's additions, deletions, amendments. We'll just call them all revisions to Board Policy 4500 and forwards the policy to a future meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration of preliminary approval. I'm looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Thigpen. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, I missed it. Was that Dr. Nicolette? Nope, that was Trustee Calvert. Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Then moved and seconded that the Board Policy Committee approves the proposed revisions to Board Policy 4500 and that it gets forwarded to a future meeting of the Board of Trustees for consideration of preliminary approval. We've had a lot of discussion, but is there any further discussion on this? None. Okay, all those in favor, please signify so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
No.
Aye, was there public comment?
Oh, no, we already did public comment. didn't we?
Public comment.
I'm sorry, thank you. I'm an aye.
Okay, all right, so just once again, I'm sorry, just to make sure we have that. All those in favor, one more time, to signify so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
No.
No,
Okay, so that was a Trustee Manetto and Trustee Andrews, so we have 5-2. Okay, the policy was approved 5-2, and it will go forward to the to a future meeting of the Board of Trustees for preliminary approval. And if approved, it will go out for a 13-day public comment period. Okay, thank you very much. That was a lot of hard work, but a lot of good work. Really, really good, robust conversations. I think that's necessary. Do we have any closing public comment, JJ?
It's
Maybe
Jeannie.
she's
and-
take-
No,
Oh,
we do.
Jeannie, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
all
sorry.
right.
I thought you were gone. Yes, Jeannie. Yes, please. What do we have?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, good.
Public comment, Zach Hooker, Maya Boliu, Akash Bhatia, Ankush Joshi, Natalie Mastic, Catherine Ace, and Isabel Peralta.
Okay. And then please make sure all of these public comments that were written that came in, obviously all of them were written, are going to be added to the public record for this. And I'll just encourage our colleagues, we have them in our email. Thank you, Jeannie. So let's make sure that we give that a look as well, because we know this is going to come back to us in a future meeting. And we want to, we want to hear the voices of all those who have weighed in on this topic. Okay. That being said, then that is the last agenda item. Our meeting is now adjourned. The next meeting of the Board of Trustees, I just lost my agenda. Let's see, the next meeting of, not the Board of Trustees, but next meeting of the Policy Committee.
April 20.
Is April, oh yeah, because of spring break, we're meeting earlier. Then we'll go back to the third Tuesday, I'm sorry, in April. It should be April 20th. We'll meet again at 2 p.m. via Zoom. Okay, thank you, everybody. Chief General Counsel, thank you for all the work for you and your team on all these. These are some tough ones, but you really helped to carve through some things, and that helps us quite a bit. So thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.